Okay, we're gonna get started here soon. Gonna have the green screen off for this one. Too much random stuff here. It'll be about 1 or 2 more minutes. Hold on. Just getting some stuff here. Okay.
Who would have thought someone as young as me could save my uncle's life?
What, the entire class, you guys don't see it, but Hogwarts Legacy is
Pink
up.
Smedleys will always look upon you as a trusted ally and friend.
Wow, why are they all, like, leaving the classroom? Oh man, I should have had it on the game. Anyway, hold on, let me make sure I'm capturing the proper game here. Let me test this. There we go. Okay, so for this stream, I did say, because it was talked about in some of the previous streams, that I would do another live stream featuring Hogwarts Legacy. So I'll be doing this, but the vast majority of the stream is going to be going over the remaining Black Friday deals that are still available throughout the weekend and probably through Cyber Monday. I don't think that I talked about all of the ones. I don't think we had enough time on the last stream to talk about all of them, particularly with graphics cards. We did talk about CPUs, but I also wanted to bring up other things that might be on sale. So let's dive right into it. One of the things here, let me move this over. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me... The game is actually quite loud. Let me lower the volume on this game. And I also, for now at least, let me lower the frame rate to like 30 frames per second so that I can reduce power consumption while talking through this thing. Here. Okay. Hey Gershawn, how are you? Hey RK. There were a few things. So one thing that I didn't talk about during the previous live stream, which was more focused on Black Friday, are other things that are not the CPU or the GPU. So that could be peripherals. Particularly, I want to mention headsets for gaming, which I don't recommend these for content creation. Now, I don't think that you're going to find, like, if you're somebody who works in audio engineering or production. Oh, you're in the, okay. Okay, I see you guys in there. Cool. So I'm about to go over some kind of recommendations for peripherals for a gaming PC. So this is going to be things like headphones, headsets like this. My recommendations based off of personal experience and talking to other people that I know. Now, typically for the holiday season, you're not going to find audiophile grade headphones on sale. Maybe you might, but I don't expect to. So what I would recommend is actually a good pair of open back gaming headsets, or alternatively, you could go with a good pair of headphones like these that I'm actually using right here. So just to show what I'm using, this is the Sennheiser. This is the Sennheiser HD 599 Special Edition. So these are the ones that I personally have been using, as you guys can tell from seeing me on the stream. So I have a pair of these. These are still available. I think if we were to search for these, let's look at Amazon real quick. So if we go to HD 599 SE, so Sennheiser open back headphones. So you can see now, if you can find these on sale for about 50% off. So the MSRP is $200. I would say if you can find these from anywhere really for $100 off during Black Friday, these were $99 on Amazon. These are kind of my go-to choice for actual headphones. These do not feature a built-in microphone, so you would need to supply an external microphone. So, like if you're like me, you could get either an Audio Technica AT2020. I've been using that for a number of years. Alternatively, you could go with something like an Elgato Wave 3. That is another one. That is actually the microphone that I'm using right now. I've been using that since April of this year with good results. It has a capacitive touch mute button and that sort of thing. We can kind of look at that as well, just to kind of show what that looks like. Elgato Wave 3. Yeah, if you can find this on sale, these may not be on sale. This doesn't show up as a Black Friday deal or anything. But it doesn't have to be this microphone. Audio Technica AT2020. Let's see if that's on sale. Adorama has this for $79. So something like this, like a USB microphone would be good. Sennheiser HD 650 RK saying is $280. Yeah, that's even more expensive though. So Sennheiser HD 650. Okay, so yeah, for $280. Yeah, because the normal price is what, like $500 or so. I don't know how accurate this is because this one's saying $470. These are not Newegg. Maybe we'll have to check Amazon. Wave 310. Yeah. But I personally like these. The open back. I'm happy with the HD 599. Sometimes more doesn't necessarily mean better when it comes to headphones. So it's going to be personal preference. The way I look at it is if you're really doing hardcore, like actual accurate audio production, then yes, then something like an HD 650 would serve you better because it has a very neutral sound in terms of the actual sound reproduction. But if you're looking for just something that is really good for listening to music or podcasts or just YouTube videos or whatever, or just watching movies, I feel like the HD 599 is excellent. Like, this is really good. I personally like open back headphones. So all of my recommendations are always going to be open back headphones as opposed to closed back headphones. Now, I'm surprised. I've come across a lot of people over the last several years that they don't even, when I mention open back headphones, they don't even know what I'm referring to. Like, it's like they don't even know the difference, or they aren't even aware that there is such a difference between open and closed back headphones. Open back headphones, as you can see from here, and then I guess there's another pair that I kind of want to show here. Open back, as the name implies, means that the back of the ear cup, so, your ear is on the inner side. On the outside, it allows the sound waves to escape through the back. So not only is the sound projecting toward your ear, but it's also leaking out the back side of the headphones. And that actually creates a more, a wider sound stage. So it almost sounds more, at least in my opinion, and they say this is subjective, but in my opinion, open back headphones sound a lot more true to life in terms of the way the sound, just the way the sound is reproduced. It's a lot better when listening to music, but again, it's personal preference. I actually really prefer open back for everything. I feel like it's also more breathable for your ears if you're going to be wearing headphones for several hours at a time. So it's just more comfortable. Also, the open back version of specific headphones or headsets like this one, they tend to weigh less, so they don't weigh down as much on your ears, nor do they press as hard against your the side of your head. So I always like open backs. So these open backs right here, I've talked about these before in a previous stream. These are the Audio-Technica ATH GDL3. I think if we go to, let's see, if we go to Micro Center here, I know Micro Center should have these, but you can also find them on Amazon. Let's see, just to kind of show this as an example here. ATH GDL3, I believe. Yeah, these. So these are on sale. They have a Black Friday deal for $100 essentially. And the nice thing about these, they come in white or black. So the one that I have here, obviously this is the white one, and you can see that's definitely an open back headset. The nice thing about this is it's open back and it has a built-in microphone that is detachable. So if you didn't want to use the microphone, let's say you bought a Elgato Wave 3, you could simply just, pull out the microphone and it detaches and now you have headphones. So I really think that these personally are really good. They're a really nice, relatively low priced, open back gaming headset. And, whenever something has the gamer branding, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's good all the time, because from my experience, gaming headsets are not as good as actual headphones that are designed for listening to music. I would rather play games with a good pair of music-oriented headphones like the Sennheiser HD599 as an example, versus a typical gamer wireless Bluetooth headset or whatever. I also recommend wired headset as opposed to wireless. I know that it's very convenient to have wireless headphones, but I don't want to deal with recharging the batteries. The fact that as long as it has a detachable cord like this one, if the cord ever goes bad, I can just replace it. So it's not a big deal. So these pretty much have an infinite lifespan as far as I'm concerned, because the cord is replaceable and you don't have to worry about batteries. The laptop market seems underwhelming. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing with laptops, though, is you have to remember right now, the laptops that are out are going to be as good as it gets for a while. We won't see newer laptops with the next generation parts from AMD or Intel until the summer of next year. So if you're in the market for a laptop, there isn't really a better time to purchase one, with the one exception possibly being the deals for back to school next year, because back to school deals, they'll typically have discounts on the current generation parts, which are basically the ones that are in the market now. I mean, you could probably find a pretty good deal for laptops if you look, but they might be last generation. So, take that for what it's worth. Any recommendations for a laptop for daily use? No gaming. Oh yeah. We looked at that on the previous stream, like when we were doing the Black Friday special on Wednesday. We showed off a pretty decent one for Micro Center. But yeah, just to finish up the headphone thing, like I definitely recommend open back. Open back is the way to go. Like, you don't have to. It's personal preference, but I would at least say, at least give open back a try before you buy, because you know, it's one of those things where until you experience it firsthand, you know, you're gonna be a skeptic until you actually experience what they're like. But yeah, the ATH GDL3 is probably the best one that I could think of. Unless you could find like a Sennheiser gaming headset, although those are kind of rare. I really think that the ATH GDL3 is one of the best ones for the money. It has a Ryzen. Oh, you just reserved the Micro Center $300 ThinkBook? Yeah, I was actually going to look for that. Hold on, let me see. Black Friday. You were looking for the $300 ThinkBook. Yeah, there was a pretty good one that we saw on the stream a few days ago. Let me see if I can still find it. It was a $600 laptop though. Or maybe it was a $700. No, I think it was a $600. Yeah. It wasn't a Dell, it was a Lenovo. It was a Lenovo with the Ryzen 7. I want to say it was the 7840HS. For some reason, I don't remember it having a 3050. I thought it had a 3060. This one... Oh, but you're looking for thin and light. Okay, I guess I forgot about that. Yeah, thin and light. Thin and light, $300 ThinkBook. Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. My only reservation about this is that it has only 8 gigabytes of RAM. Now, for $300, though, one might overlook that, but the only thing about it is the 8 gigabytes of RAM. I wonder if this is soldered RAM, too. Most of these thin and lights... Well, this doesn't look super thin. It depends on if it has socketable RAM or not. Like, if it comes with 8 gigabytes of soldered RAM, and then if it has an expansion DIMM slot, or SODIMM slot, it's for web browsing and DJing. Well, DJing sometimes needs pretty low latency. So I feel like the RAM, you might need more RAM for that. I don't know anything about sound production, but I would assume you want low latency. So the processor's fine. I just wonder about the RAM. I don't know how memory intensive audio production is though. I would assume that it uses a lot of memory though. Let's see what other deals they've got. Let's see what they got for closeout. Closeout doesn't look like that's affordable. Closeout. Wait, there was one that was 400. Let me go back. Closeout. Ryzen 3 7320U for 400. But again, 8 gigabytes. I want to change this so that it's like minimum 16. Let's do 16. And then let's do lowest price. Oh, wow. Okay, so an Apple MacBook refurb. No. MSI Prestige. MSI Prestige for 700. I could have sworn there was a better choice than that, though. That has some pretty old hardware. That has 11th gen Intel and a 1650 Max-Q. No thank you. That's way too old. For $700, yeah, no. There was a really good Lenovo one the other day. Maybe that deal's gone. Maybe it's all sold out through Black Friday. It was a Lenovo No, it wasn't a Legion. It was a Lenovo LQ. It was some weird acronym, and it was a 15... It was like a 15.6 inch gaming laptop that had an RTX 3050 and a Ryzen 7 7840HS. I believe that's the processor it had. Considering you're using a 2011 Fujitsu second gen Intel, it's a huge upgrade. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, if you were able to do what you do on a 2011 laptop, then yeah, definitely that $300 special will definitely be an upgrade. Yeah. Because Sandy Bridge was good, but it's not good in 2023. I'll tell you that. It is not good anymore. The sun has set on Sandy Bridge. Yeah, I feel like all the really good laptop deals are gone. At least the Micro Center ones. We saw some really good ones on Wednesday before Black Friday. There was an $80 laptop, and I don't know where that laptop is. I guess it's completely sold out, but there was an $80 special. A whole laptop for $80. Now, granted, it had like an Intel Atom from like 2015 or 16 or something. Oh, it's there? You saw it? I'm on lowest price, and I don't see the $80 laptop. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Intel Evo? No, I don't know what the filter is to get it to show up. But I couldn't find it. $79.99. Yeah. RK is telling me we might want to consider the Western Digital. Oh wait, let's look at that too. Actually, I don't know. I feel like the best laptop deals are already gone. I feel like that was a Friday and Saturday special, and then I think they're gone. I don't see the same results. There was a Legion. There was some pretty good stuff there. Evolve 11 or Evolve 111. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's still there. Yeah, this thing. But you know, this is 4 gigabytes. It's 4 gigabytes. It has fixed 64 gigabyte flash storage. So non-upgradable hard drive. It's just a flash memory thing on the motherboard, and then Wi-Fi 4. It doesn't even have Wi-Fi 5, and we're about to go to Wi-Fi 7. So there is that. Although, you know, most people, I can pretty much guarantee you the average router in people's homes and apartments is typically no better than Wi-Fi 5, which is wireless 802.11 AC. That's typically the average. It's like, oh yeah, there's Wi-Fi 6 here and there, but most people aren't using it. And then even if they have Wi-Fi 6, they probably don't even have a peripheral like a laptop or a smartphone that even supports Wi-Fi 6, unless their phone is like, 2 years old or whatever. So, or less than 2 years old. So at this point. So, yeah. This is an interesting thing. The fact that it's under $100. It includes the whole laptop, like the screen, the keyboard, everything. I mean, technically, that's a lot of electronics, even though it's not very powerful electronics. It's a lot of electronics for under $100. So, you got a USB port. You have an HDMI port. It looks like it even has some kind of SD card slot over there. And then on this side, let's see, does it show the other side? Yeah, on the other side, you got another USB port. So it looks like the left one has USB 3.0. Then you got USB 2.0. You got a headphone jack. And you have a micro SD card slot. I mean, you could expand the storage with the micro SD card slot. Realistically, how long will it last? Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the build quality's like. Interesting product though. What's funny is it comes with Windows 10 Pro Education, which technically, in some cases, might actually be better than Windows 11 Home. Home Edition, because most of these laptops, pretty much all the gaming laptops, the typical laptop from a retailer like Micro Center or Best Buy, or even online from a place like Newegg or Amazon, they ship with Windows 11 Home Edition. The fact that this $80 laptop comes with Windows 10, which some people still prefer Windows 10 over Windows 11. I myself am still using Windows 10, but I might actually upgrade to Windows 11 at the end of the year. I've been holding off forever, but I might actually make the jump to 11 at some point. My daily driver laptop, my ThinkPad P15V, that's on Windows 11 Pro. And so far, I mean, I haven't had any issues with Windows 11, so I might end up... I've been using that as kind of the guinea pig, if you will, for testing Windows 11, and I haven't really had any problems, so I might actually move all of my production desktop computers over to Windows 11 at the very end of the year. We'll see. So I still have like another month to think about it. Would you pay a subscription for Windows 12? What does it have to do with Windows 10 versus Windows 11, though? Will I pay a subscription for Windows 12? No. I mean, do you have to? Like, that's the first I've ever heard of that. If you have Windows 10, and if you... Because, see, the thing with me, my Windows... So, I've been using the Windows 7 license key that I've had since I bought Windows 7, or was it Windows 7 Ultimate. I have Windows 7 Ultimate since like 2010. And when I upgraded to Windows 10, so I skipped Windows 8. I did not go to Windows 8 at all. So I stayed on Windows 7 all the way until 2016. So, because 2015 was when Windows 10 RTM launched, and I gave it a year before switching. I basically stayed on Windows 7 throughout the first year that Windows 10 was public. Then I jumped to Windows 10. Now, I did the upgrade from within Windows 7. So I did a free upgrade to Windows 10. So basically, the Windows license key that I'm using is still the Windows 7 license key. So now I'm being offered the free upgrade again to Windows 11. So I assume that process is pretty much the same. So I'm going to be using a Windows 7 license key if I'm on Windows 11. So I'm thinking the same thing would happen with Windows 12. Although at some point, it begs the question whether or not Microsoft is going to somehow end that kind of free upgrade process. Because I feel like that is a pretty hilarious loophole and the longest grandfather clause I have ever seen. If somebody can go from Windows 7 all the way to Windows 12, not pay anything, and then just like with each upgrade, right? So it's like upgrading to 10 didn't cost anything, upgrade to 11 doesn't cost anything, and then upgrading to 12, I assume, is going to be the same process, but I don't actually know. So, because I haven't really heard anything about Windows 12. I mean, I knew that they were working on it, but I didn't know when it was going to come out. Although Windows 11 is a few years old now. When did Windows 11 come out? Was it 2021? I want to say Windows 11 was like the end of 2021. So it's like 2 years old at this point, and I'm still on Windows 10. They've been offering me the free upgrade the whole 2 years. So maybe I need to take that offer before it goes away. Because I'm on platforms that could easily go to Windows 11. Like one of my PCs was on a really old motherboard on like Ryzen 1st Gen or Zen Plus or something, and it wasn't eligible or whatever. Like people said that you could do it anyway, but you know. That was one, but I'm not using that PC anymore because I upgraded, so I don't think I should have any problems. Really, the rumor is next Windows will be a subscription-based software? I don't think that's going to go well with the public. But again, you know, the public can complain, but they're still going to go to the latest and greatest over a long period of time. Okay, let's look at some of these other options here. SN850X. 4 terabyte. So a 4 terabyte WD Black SN850X. This is the this is a very famous SSD for PlayStation 5, as long as you get the one that has the heatsink. This one doesn't have the heatsink as far as I can tell from the picture. And what is the specifications? PlayStation 5. So, oh, it says without heatsink. Doesn't really say the specs anywhere. This one doesn't actually say the specs. The one that I was thinking of was the Crucial P3 Plus 4 terabyte. This one is under $200. This is a 4 terabyte for under $200. This is $179, so about $180 for a 4 terabyte PCI Gen 4x4. Now, the thing about this, though, is it is not very fast. Its writes are only up to 5,000 with 4,200 megabyte per second on the writes. Actually, I meant reads. Reads are 5,000, writes are 4,200. So it's not maximum Gen 4 potential, because maximum Gen 4 is like 7,000 over like 6,800. And this is only 5,000 over 4,200. So it's not the fastest Gen 4 SSD. But it is under $200. So if you're somebody who only primarily cares about capacity, I think this is the best deal that I could find. This is one that I actually might get myself, because there's all these rumors about NAND flash going up in price into next year. So the thing that I think about when it comes to the holiday season and it comes to electronics, other than gifts for other people, if it's something that I want to get for myself as an upgrade or something, I kind of think storage is the way to go. I feel like you can get some pretty decent deals on SSDs. There's an MSI 4 terabyte one too for similar price. Yeah, but what are the specs on it? Let's see. Let's find these other ones. Silicon Power 4 terabyte UD90. Okay, this one, well, let's see. Is this one at Micro Center? Because this one's direct from Silicon Power for 190. Sold through Newegg. Is this one in their store? No, they don't carry this one. So this one would have to be like an Amazon or some other, or Newegg. 160? Is that like a B&H price, or is that like an Amazon price? Oh, wow. Okay, 160. Yeah. That is, that... Okay, but see, look. Yeah, this one is the same speeds as the Crucial. So this one probably is exactly the same as the Crucial, although it says it's... Yeah. You know what? I wonder what this is using as the controller. This is probably the exact same thing, just a different brand. B&H. Is it really faster, though? It's not that much faster. It's 5,000 over 45. The other one was 5,000 over 42. The difference between 42 and 45 is like nothing. It's faster than Crucial. It doesn't look like it's that much faster than Crucial. If we have to look at the actual reviews. I don't know anything about this one, the Silicon Power one. I've never heard of it before. So I don't know much about it. $48, $41 Crucial. Yeah, but the reality is when they're sub 7,000 like that, when they're marketing like 5,000, it's probably pretty much the same. Or they're so close together you wouldn't notice the difference. But yeah, this is a lower price. That's like $20 cheaper than this one. So yeah, there is that. MSI Spatium, such a weird name. MSI Spatium 4 terabyte. Who comes up with these names? This one, right? Yeah. Okay. This is the same oh, this one has a $10 rebate. Mail-in rebates are so annoying, though. Oh, this one's on back order, though. ETA, November. Is this one at Micro Center? Micro Center typically doesn't carry MSI SSDs. Yeah, Micro Center doesn't have the MSI drive. So it'd be like this or Amazon. This is the weirdest name. What is Spatium? Spatium almost sounds like a weird. It's so funny. Like sometimes these marketing names, these brand names, because it's like Spatium. Like what? It's so obvious that somebody whose English is not their primary language came up with this name, because no native English speaker would ever name their product Spatium. Like I'm just saying. Like if they did, they're either a genius and they just don't know it, or they. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's the Spatium. Yeah. See, look at that. 5,000, 4,200. This is exactly the same. So all of these sub $200 SSDs are so close to each other that in a blind test where you just look at them or you just use one of them on a daily basis, you would never really notice the difference. RK has the silicon power. Oh yeah, I remember you told me you got this one from. This is the one you got from B&H a few months ago. Yeah, I remember this one. Okay. Spatium in Latin means space. Hey, okay. That, you know what? That actually makes a lot more sense now why it's called that. Spatium. Yeah, it does. But the thing is, spatium, when I first hear the word, not knowing the Latin term, I immediately think it sounds like someone's saying like spatula or something, it sounds like a cooking utensil or something to me. I don't know. It's like, why would you name an SSD after like cooking utensil? But now that I know what it actually means, okay, yeah, that is actually more clever than I thought. See, what did I say earlier? I said just a minute ago that whoever named this is either a genius and they don't know it yet, or, so they're a genius. That's actually a pretty clever name. It doesn't sound like a clever name, but it actually, the meaning is hidden. That's cool. That's kind of like a From Software thing. So that's very From Software-like. It's like the meaning is hidden. You have to look for the meaning. You have to do your research. You have to watch a video guide to figure out how to end the game the way you want it to. Anyway. So, yeah, so if you're able to get the Spatium or the Spatium is basically the same price. It does have that the $10 rebate card from MSI, which those are relevant. Like RK did a rebate for the MSI Ace motherboard, and they do honor the rebate, so you just have to do the work, and it's a hassle. But if you want that $10... the reality is most of the time the manufacturer is banking on the fact that people are lazy and they will see like this as a way to justify just buying it, but then they'll just forget about the rebate because it's a $10 rebate, right? So it's like, how much time and effort is that $10 worth? That's kind of the way they look at it. But yeah, I mean, this one's okay. I mean, it's pretty much going to perform the same as the Crucial, and then they're both going to perform similar to the Silicon. The Silicon power is probably a little bit faster. At least on paper, the writes look faster, slightly. But in all honesty, none of these three drives are anywhere close to the maximum spec for PCI Gen 4. So they're all faster than Gen 3. So in that regard, they're pretty good. They're all sub $200, and they're all 4 TB. So I kind of think like whichever one you can get, depending on where you are. Like if you're near a micro center, this one's pretty convenient because if it's defective out of the box, it's really easy to take back and get another one versus having to deal with the hassle of sending it back to Amazon or whoever or Newegg and having them have to send another one. So if I use 4 TB for games and I want to buy 6 TB, should I buy one 8 TB or three 2? Oh, and use them in RAID? You mean like RAID 0? I assume you're talking about RAID 0. Like if you want to combine all three of them together and create a 6 TB RAID 0. I mean, that is going to be faster. In reality, though, the truth is that RAID 0 for M.2 isn't really worth it. From my experience setting up RAID 0 is, yes, it's a little bit faster. It is faster technically, but let's put it this way. If you do a RAID 0 with traditional hard drives, it's noticeably faster when you use traditional hard drives and you RAID them together in a RAID 0 non-redundant configuration. If you do the same thing to SSDs, like let's talk about SATA-based SSDs for a minute. SATA-based SSDs do benefit from RAID 0 in the same fashion that that hard drives do. But if you go to M.2, like if you take NVMe drives, like this Crucial, for instance, and you RAID this, it's going to look faster in terms of the numbers that are reported, in terms of things like the read-write, the queue depth, the latency. However, in your daily use, your actual loading a game into memory, booting up Windows, just using Windows on a daily basis, you won't really notice the benefit of RAID 0. So in that regard, I personally would keep the 3 drives separate. Because RAID 0, the reality is it's not worth it for NVMe. It's better to have 3 individual drives in your operating system. So one drive is your boot drive. The other 2 drives are secondary drives for storage. One can be a game drive, or both of them can be a game drive, or even all 3 of them can be game drives. And you might put certain categories of games on different drives. For example, you could put your multiplayer games on your C drive, and then you could put your single player games on your D drive. And, if that fills up or starts filling up, then you could start using the 3rd drive for more game storage. So that's typically how I personally would do it. But if you want to do RAID 0, you can. I just think that RAID 0 creates additional complexity because if you have all 3 of those drives in a RAID 0, if you want to swap out the motherboard or change platforms or upgrade or whatever, now you got to migrate this RAID 0 with you, and that to me is just more work than any kind of benefit that it gives you in terms of the performance. So you will use NVMe. The big reason is because then I have one big volume. Yeah, you could do that, but the thing is, my question to you is, what is the benefit of having one 6 TB volume versus just 3 separate drives? Like, what's the primary benefit from having just one drive, one like OS drive versus one OS drive plus 2 secondary drives? Because honestly speaking, from experience, 3 separate drives is so much easier to manage than one big RAID 0. It's easier if I want to do drive swaps. It's easier if I want to, like, for instance, if I want to upgrade, right? Or if I want to take my game SSD, like let's say I want to take my second drive and take it out of this PC and put it in another PC. I just put it in the other PC, and I can just Steam can find all the games on that second PC off of that drive, and it works. I don't have to do anything with the volume. I don't have to mess with anything in the disk manager. Because the Windows delay? Like what's the Windows delay? What is the Windows delay? Also, if you want one drive showing you Windows, you can mount the other drives to folders which are on the. If you want one drive showing you, you can mount the. Yeah. Yeah, what Psycho's saying is the way to go. Like you could do that with shortcuts too, guys. Like you could do Windows shortcuts too if you wanted to do that. What about failures? Yeah, if you have a RAID 0 and one of those 3 drives goes bad, good luck. That's all I'm gonna say. Good luck. I hope you have a backup on a 4th drive somewhere, like an external one or the cloud or whatever. To be honest with you, RAID 0, hardware RAID is pretty much a dead, it's a dying technology. Kind of like Intel's Optane. The only difference is Optane showed up and then just vanished. And never really did anything, unfortunately. Whereas RAID has existed for a long time. And it's not going away, but just like desktop hardware RAID it's definitely slowly dying off. And to be honest, it's because NVMe drives are getting so fast. Each individual NVMe drive is so ridiculously fast. At least the modern ones, like the Samsung 990 Pro for latency, and all these Gen 5 drives that are starting to come out. Case in point, the T700, like the world's fastest Gen 5 SSD as of today. Like, this thing is so fast, like, I don't even care about RAID 0. If I've got this, I'll just put my games on this. Anything that's modern will go on here, and it'll load fast, and I can't tell the difference if it's on RAID 0 or if it's on a Gen 5 drive. You're also curious what you mean? Yeah. I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I'm asking what do you mean? RAID by Windows is slower because it's simulated RAID and needs to be kicked. Well, I know, but you're the one that's asking to do RAID 0. Like, I'm telling you don't do RAID 0. My personal opinion is have 3 separate drives. It's easier to manage. It's easier to deal. It's easier to recover from a drive failure, for one thing. And it's just easier to manage in general. Like, if I wanted to take out one of my drives, not my Windows drive, but like any of the other 2nd or 3rd or 4th drive, if I want to take that out and put that in another PC, like, because you guys know me, like, you guys have watched my streams for a while. You guys know that I'm streaming off of a 7950X right now. If I wanted to take, for example, I edit all my YouTube videos on this CPU, on this PC. If I wanted to take the hard drive, the 10 terabyte hard drive that has all the archival footage from my YouTube videos, if I wanted to take that drive out of this PC and put it in the 78 or the 7950X 3D PC, I could easily do that. I don't have to worry about doing anything with the volume because it's not in RAID 0. You mean slow delay in Windows software RAID? It's actually the same performance as when the... Yeah, there's no difference. Virtual RAID, hardware RAID, they pretty much function the same. To the end user, it's probably going to be the same. It's a little bit slower. Yeah, but how noticeable is that? Like, are you actually going to be able to notice that? Like, if someone gives you a side-by-side blind test, one PC with hardware RAID, one PC with virtual RAID, are you going to be able to tell the difference? Or is it a 50-50 guess? That's what I'm saying. Like, That's like when I tell people, you know, like FSR2 versus DLSS. If you do a blind test and you're not Digital Foundry and you don't have the chance to pixel peep and stare at each frame for minutes at a time, are you going to be able to tell the difference between FSR2 and DLSS2? Probably not. And if you're testing FSR3 versus DLSS3, that's even less of an ability to tell the difference because they're even more alike in how they appear. That's what I'm saying. It's like a blind test. At the end of the day, it's such a superficial, subjective difference that it's not really going to be noticeable unless you literally just sit there and stare off into the distance at an image, and then also try to take that screenshot and then like zoom in 200% to see the actual difference in how the frame is recreated from temporal upscaling versus machine learning based upscaling. A RAID 0 would be exactly the same. It doesn't have to calculate parity. Yeah, I know. RAID 0 is like RAID 0 is easy mode. It doesn't do a lot. It just functions. It just basically ties everything as one volume. And then the thing is, like, the volume manager determines where all the data is stored, because you could have a file, like if you have three drives that are in a RAID 0, like let's say you install a game, like let's say you install Hogwarts Legacy, just as an example here. Let me bring the game back up over here real quick, just to illustrate a point here. Look, so I lowered this now to, let me up this back up to like 120 FPS or whatever. All right. So, like, if I have this game, right? Like, if I have Hogwarts Legacy installed on the PC, if I've got this game on a RAID 0, if this is installed on RAID 0, if I suffer a drive failure, this game is pretty much corrupted. Like, the installation is corrupted because bits and pieces, different parts of the different files that make this game function are scattered across the three different drives. So it creates challenges when it comes to migrating data and managing data, because it's like you have to take into account the fact that you're dealing with more than one. You got more than one point of failure in the system. So it's actually not better. Like, RAID 0 is actually less redundant than having three separate drives. Like, if I wanted redundancy for this specific application, so Hogwarts Legacy, I could I could install the game on the C drive, the D drive, and the E drive. I can install the game 3 separate times, but when I boot up the game, Steam will only load where I tell the directory to go. So if I want to run the game off the C drive, I can install it on the C drive and run off the C drive. If I wanted to run off of a different drive, I could do that. And the save file is the same because it's stored in the cloud. So the save file has full redundancy. It's cloud redundancy as well as local redundancy. But the game files, the local files, they don't have redundancy unless I create that redundancy. And doing RAID 0 doesn't do that. I just wanted to point out, because I'm pretty sure you understand that RAID 0 doesn't have any redundancy. What I'm saying is RAID 0 is actually, it actually is harder to deal with redundancy when you're working with a RAID 0 environment for your files, because you're dealing with multiple points of failure just for your primary data set. So it's not recommended. The only time RAID 0 was actually a benefit was when we were still using traditional hard drives. And I guess to a lesser extent, 2.5-inch SSDs, like SATA-based SSDs, did benefit from RAID 0. But once we got to NVMe, NVMe is truly what sort of killed off RAID 0. Or even just desktop hardware RAID. It's better to just have, it's better to take a motherboard and load it up with as many NVMe drives as it supports. In my case, I've got 4 NVMe drives all populated on this Gigabyte Aorus Master. and one of them is Gen 5, and the others are all Gen 3, and it is what it is. I'm thinking about getting a 4 terabyte Gen 4 drive, though, to swap out one of these that's almost full. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. But, yeah. Is there a RAID for use just like one drive? Well, RAID 1. You would do RAID 1, not RAID 0. So you could take like 2 drives. RAID 1 is basically primary drive and secondary drive or backup drive. So you would have one drive that everything is running off of, that would be Windows, and then your RAID 1 is essentially a image. It's a direct copy. It's an identical copy of your first drive. That's a RAID 1. So RAID 1 is like 1+1 redundancy. So you could do that. If you wanted, I mean, there is practical benefit to that, because that way, if you suffer a drive failure, you don't have any downtime because your second drive would still function. Unless, your power supply exploded and killed the motherboard and both the NVMe drives, then, whatever. Then you don't have redundancy. But that's pretty rare. That's why we don't buy exploding power supplies. That's why I don't recommend exploding power supplies on this channel. Well, I didn't say 3 drives. I said 1, right? But you get it. I think he gets the idea. Could do a main OS drive, then RAID 1? Yeah. Yeah, one thing I noticed about... So your comment about the stream looks clean. There's 2 reasons for that. One of them is... The reason is AV1 is the encoding codec that I'm using. The other thing is it can go up to a pretty high bitrate when needed. The weird thing about AV1, though, and OBS, is that AV1... When you stream to YouTube in AV1, even though I'm specifying a constant bitrate, it still acts like a variable bitrate, which is really weird because YouTube will oftentimes give me strange warning messages that the bitrate is too low for the resolution, because I am streaming at 1440p 60, downscaled from 4K 60. But for some reason, AV1 likes to treat it as a variable bitrate. When I typically stream in HEVC, I never have this problem. If I say, for example, 15 Mbps with HEVC, it will maintain 15 Mbps all the time. If I stream in AV1 and I say 15 Mbps, right now it's doing 15 Mbps. But if I switch over to Paint, or if I switch over to the web browser, the thing will drop all the way down to 1.5 Mbps or 2 Mbps or something. And I don't really know why it does it. I don't like that it does that, because that creates a problem with not YouTube or not my machine, but it creates a problem with all the routers and everything in between me and the server. So that's the one thing I don't like about AV1 and the way it actually works on YouTube right now. But it looks really good. The stream looks really good. But to be honest, I don't think these streams look any better than my HEVC streams. I'm a big fan of HEVC because everyone's talking about AV1 this, AV1 that. My thing is HEVC has been around since 10 years or whatever, and no one seemed to care. And yet it's the same quality as AV1. I mean, it's a little bit worse, but it's it's such a small difference that you can barely even tell the difference. But I get that people didn't like the licensing associated with HEVC. But hey, YouTube paid the license. OBS has support for it. I don't know. I mean, it's just Twitch is being cheap. What do you think about H.266? I don't even know what that is. That's supposed to be the successor to HEVC. My favorite one is HEVC. My second favorite one is AV1. I don't know. Maybe I'm like a contrarian because there's so many people that are like, "Oh, AV1 is so good," but the thing is, like, you can barely use it. To be honest, HEVC is like, let's put it this way: if Twitch supported HEVC, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Nobody would care about AV1 if Twitch, and I don't even use Twitch. But a lot of people who talk about streaming or they want to get into streaming, they always want to go on Twitch and stream on Twitch. I don't know why, because like that platform is so hard to get discovered on. But yeah, like if Twitch supported HEVC, if all the streaming sites support HEVC, no one would care about AV1. You know why? Because you can use HEVC as an encoder on pretty much so many graphics cards as far back as I want to say, like, I don't know about GTX 970, but I think Maxwell might have been the first one. I know that the 10 series can do HEVC. I know AMD has had HEVC forever. You know, like Vega had HEVC. I think even Polaris had HEVC. So it goes way, way back. Yeah. Like, if you want AV1, you basically have to have either a Radeon 7000 series GPU or an NVIDIA RTX 40 series GPU. And we know how those aren't good value right now. And uses VP9 or like that way. Basically what happens is, if you stream to YouTube in well, I don't even know if it's AV1, to be honest. What I know is, if you stream to YouTube in 1440p or 4K, it takes your stream and it re-encodes it, or it transcodes the output to the viewers in VP9. So you guys are watching my stream in VP9. Like right now, if you were to right click on the video and click, I think, more stats or something. Let me see what it's called. Stats for nerds. If you right click on my video right now on the video screen and you click stats for nerds, you will see VP9. If you're watching this at 1440p, which is the source resolution. Now, I don't know about the lower resolutions. Like, if you were to watch me in, like, 360p, you might be getting an H.264 transcode, like an AVC transcode. It'll say in the codec what it is. It'll either say AVC or it'll say VP09. Oh, yeah, Gershon, good point. Yeah. The ARC GPUs have AV1. Yes. And they were actually the first ones to support AV1. Actually, well, technically, Intel... Well, yeah, Intel was the first. Yeah, that's true. Intel was the first because the A380 came out before the A770 and the A750, because the A770 and the A750 debuted. They launched on the exact same day as the RTX 4090. So Intel beat NVIDIA to the market with AV1 because the A380 launched several months before the rest of Intel's GPUs, as well as NVIDIA's 4090. And then AMD came out. AMD was bringing up the rear with the 7900 XTX. That also supports AV1, which is actually what I'm using. So, no, I mean H.266 is based on VP9, not H.264. Oh, well, then it's automatically going to be better. Like, if it's based off of VP9, that means that it will be on par with AV1 and H.265. In fact, VP9 actually is more bandwidth efficient than... I think it's more bandwidth efficient than both AV1 and HEVC, if I'm not mistaken. Or it's equal to AV1. I'm pretty sure VP9 can be better than AV1. Otherwise, YouTube wouldn't bother retranscode. Well, I shouldn't say that. The reason why YouTube transcodes the video to VP9 is because they probably think that most people that are watching my live stream right now don't have the hardware to decode an AV1 live stream. Like, the only way you could watch my live stream right now without YouTube re-encoding it as VP9 is if, and this assumes that you're not going to use a CPU to decode it, because CPUs can decode AV1. They're just not that efficient at it. The only way you could decode my AV1 live stream right now is if you were watching the stream on an AMD Radeon 6000 series GPU or newer, or an NVIDIA RTX 30 series GPU. 30 series and RDNA 2 both support decoding AV1, meaning they can watch AV1 footage natively. They can play back AV1 footage on Windows or Linux, but they cannot create content in AV1. They cannot export a video in AV1 or encode a live stream to YouTube or Twitch in AV1. For that, it requires either an Intel graphics card or the latest AMD graphics card or the latest NVIDIA graphics card. Those are the only options. But I think Apple can do it too with their upcoming M1 or M2 or whatever they're going to call that thing. But is AV1 out when it came out? No, VP1 is older. VP9 is older. VP9 is older. Rumors tell mid 2024. Oh yeah, you can use the CPU to create in AV1, but man, is it slow. It'll take a long time to export to render using a CPU in AV1, because you have to use something called AO. It's A Open Media, whatever their standard is, I forgot, or SVT AV1, and that is not ideal. You can, but it's slow. So you're better off using X264 if you want to encode using a CPU. So that's the reason why the GPU matters for AV1. 8 chords, 720p, 30 and lagging. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you don't do it. You use X264, and that's how it goes on the CPU. All right, so let's here. Let me go back here. Let's talk about some more deals, I guess. Apparently, I'm not gonna accomplish much in Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, I need to. Oh, where's the game again? Let me lower this down again. Okay. Let's see. What other deals? Did we talk about the PC parts deals? I guess we can go through them. Right now, a 3060 at Micro Center is $249.99. So it's $50 off. 8 gigabytes. See, the problem is this looks good at first glance, or looks okay at first glance, but then you realize there's this. You realize there's stuff like this, which is faster. Or we were just talking about AV1. There's this. This is faster than a 3060. And it has AV1. And a 3060 does not have AV1. So, and this is faster than a 4060 too. It's not much faster than a 4060 though. Like 4060, and before anybody says, oh, but the 4060 is faster in ray tracing. Nobody cares, because ray tracing in the 60 class doesn't matter. It's not powerful enough to even make much of a difference. Meaning, if you want to use ray tracing, you're not going to be buying a 4060 to play games with RT. Oh, Intel Arc. Well, let's see what Intel Arc is, because Intel's GPU is weak. I'm telling you right now, this GPU is faster than an A70. This GPU is faster than an A70. So the only way an A770 from Intel could be worth it is if it's cheaper than that. And look at that. It's not. The closest one... Oh, wait. Hold on. I take back what I said. Here's one. Here's an A770 for $220. And you get Assassin's Creed Mirage for free with the purchase of this GPU. So this would be an amazing deal if it wasn't for the fact that this Intel GPU is the 8GB version. If this was the 16GB version, hands down, this is the best deal, and nothing else can beat that. But because it's the 8GB, it's like, okay, now we gotta go and look and see what the difference is in performance. And for my own testing, the Radeon RX 7600 is a lot faster than this GPU. Newegg has the Acer Bifrost 16 for $250. Okay, see, that's a pretty good deal. Like, Met's saying that, okay, that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, we gotta go look that one up. Yeah, we gotta show that one. Yeah, okay, this is pretty good. This is the weird one that has the blower style and the axial fan. This is axial fan plus blower style. Yeah, this one's pretty good. And you get Assassin's Creed Mirage. So, that's pretty cool. That, from what I've heard, I haven't played this game, but from what I have seen, the game looks pretty cool. I'm not an Assassin's Creed person, so I don't really know much about the series, but you know, you can be the judge of whether or not that's a good game bundled with that GPU. But this is a pretty good deal, and actually, props to Met for pointing this one out, because I would not have mentioned this otherwise. But this is the best one. This is the best deal that I've seen. Free game, $250, 16GB GPU. That's pretty good. This is pretty good for a 1080p gaming PC. You're not going to have to worry about any VRAM issues at 1080p with a 16GB card. And AMD is bad at memory management, like they... that doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter at higher resolution. I mean, at lower resolution. Lower resolution doesn't matter. At higher resolution, it actually makes more of a difference. But at lower resolution, it doesn't. So, this is actually the one. So, yeah, this is actually a really good deal. Why is it dual 8-pin, though? This is like overclocked? So this is going to be like a 275 watt to 300 watts. What is this random... What is this? Yeah, this one... Well, okay. The marketing page looks kind of weird. But Intel 16GB 256-bit HDMI 2.1 3 DisplayPort 2.0. Okay, they say 225 watt. Why do they put dual 8-pin if it's only 225 watt? It should be an 8-pin and a 6-pin, not dual 8-pin. But whatever. Okay. Anyway, I guess if you want to overclock it, it's not going to be power limited that much. So, yeah, this is a good deal, actually. Man, $250. I almost want to get this myself just because it's $250. I want to try to do AMD Crossfire with these two Intel GPUs. I mean, for 8GB, because AMD had 8GB, Intel NVIDIA card had 8GB, and you critic the 8GB at the ARC. No, the reason why I said 8GB on the ARC is because I know that the A770 has a 16GB version. It had nothing to do with the NVIDIA or the AMD card. It was actually the fact that Intel originally spec'd this card for 16 gigabytes, and then now ASRock is basically selling one with half the RAM. The other thing too, like I said here, I said if this was a 16 gigabyte card, that would be perfect, because I know that this can be a 16 gigabyte card. The AMD card cannot be a 16 gigabyte card. It's not designed to be a 16 gigabyte card. It's always going to be an 8 gigabyte card. Amazon has the A770 Sparkle for $270. That has the game included with a better cooler. Is that really a better cooler though? Like, how can you say no to this? This has a blower style and an axial fan. And the axial fan is the type that has a ring. It's enclosed. It's an enclosed axial fan. This is like the fan on the Sapphire Nitro. Yeah, that looks like the Sapphire Nitro fan from like the 6900. With the RGB, the special edition one. Amazon has the Sparkle. That's such a random name. Sparkle A770 for $269. Here it is. The Sparkle. Check it out. The Titan. I like how they're calling it the Titan. Oh, man. Oh, man. We just need... Now, all we need is for NVIDIA to bring back the Titan name. There's going to be so many confused buyers who don't know anything about PC parts, but they hear the word Titan is like the fastest GPU. They go to a Micro Center and they say they want to buy the Titan, and they get handed this thing. Oh, man. The Sparkle Titan. Yeah, that one has the ring, the enclosed ring. That actually has some pretty good fans. The thing is, though, this has a blower style. This has a radial fan in the middle. Man, that radial fan is so intriguing, because that could be so good. The thing is, nobody here knows, like... Honestly, blower style fans are so much better than axial fans. Right, like, okay, the technical term for the blower style fan is the radial fan. The radial fan is superior to the axial fan in the sense that when it comes to reliability, the radial fan typically will last longer. It can last for many, many years. Think about it like this. The PlayStation 5, the PS5, has a radial fan. It has a blower style fan in that console. And I kid you not, the blower style fan in the PlayStation 5 is the same, almost the same type of fan that is inside the air conditioning, the HVAC systems in cars, in automobiles. That thing has a radial fan found in a car's air conditioning system. And think about how long that a car's air conditioner fan can last. Like, we're talking like 10 years or more. So radial fans have a really long lifespan compared to axial fans. Just ask the people that did crypto mining back in the day. Like, people who were mining crypto during the pandemic, the blower style fans never died. They never had to swap out blower style fans. Those things ran 24/7 for years, and they never caused a problem. The only concern would be like dust accumulating inside the heatsink. With axial fans, they would break down. That's the reason why GPU manufacturers started creating GPUs with easily swappable, removable fans that were field replaceable units, essentially, in consumer grade hardware. That is unheard of. That's something that you only see in the enterprise and the business to business market. But they were actually doing this because crypto was killing off GPU fans because these axial fans don't last nearly as long as the radial fans. So that's why I actually like blower style designs when it comes to cooling a GPU. Now, the problem is they tend to be louder because those radial fans are spec'd to spin faster for a longer period of time. That just goes to show that they're more quality. They're higher quality than the axial fan. Axial fans, the bearings will wear down if you have that thing spinning at 100% all the time for like 2 years. You know, that thing's going to break down. But if you have a radial fan spinning at like 3,200 RPM, that thing can run for like, 6-7 years. Like as long as it's got electricity, it's going. As long as the circuit that controls the actual GPU doesn't die, or the power supply doesn't die. Please look at the 8GB version in options, 180. For this, where do I do that? Oh, this one? This is not the A770. This is the A750. It's also sold out. So yeah, no, this one's going to be weaker. This one actually, at that price, is still a pretty decent deal. This is not a bad deal. So this one doesn't have any RGB, but I think this one actually shows off the cooler a lot better than the other one because you can actually see that radial fan. Hey, EGM. How's it going? We're looking at all the Black Friday deals that are left. We're looking at all the leftover Black Friday deals. Most of the really good ones are gone, especially the laptops. There are still some decent ones for laptops, but I feel like most of the typical, the doorbuster stuff, like laptops and the larger electronics like TVs and that sort of thing, those are all pretty much gone. I mean, there's still some decent ones, but we're looking at like GPUs right now. Well, this is not the A770. This is the A750. But this is still an okay deal. I mean, this is what the original price of this is $270, so it's almost $100 off. It's basically 1/3 of the price reduced. So, and you get Assassin's Creed Mirage. This one's an okay deal. Let's look at what else we got here. Let's look at some Let's look at A770 in general. A770, that one's $250. That one's pretty good. The Phantom Gaming 210 for the 8GB. I personally would buy the Acer Predator over all of these other ones because it has the most unique cooler and it's cheaper than these other two. These other two ASRock ones. Can you join the Discord after the end of the stream? Yeah, I guess, maybe. We'll see. It depends on how long this goes. It's already kind of late. Is there any good deals to upgrade from the 1600 XT? That's a good question, It's Beatles. No one has actually asked me that. Because that's a pretty high-end GPU. So, to upgrade from a 6900 XT, there's not actually that many options. Realistically, you only have like 2, maybe 3 options. Personally, for that GPU, the natural upgrade would be exactly what I did, which was the 7900 XTX. And realistically, as you can see here, there's not really a lot of good deals. I mean, all of these are under or at MSRP. This one, ignore this one on the right. That is the XT. Although that is a pretty good price for the XT. I'm not going to lie. This right here, $740 for a 20GB 7900 XT graphics card. This would be really good for 1440p. Like, this would be a solid upgrade for anybody who is on a 1440p monitor. It's a pretty okay-ish upgrade for 4K, but there are better options for 4K. I feel like this will become underpowered sooner rather than later at 4K. But definitely 1440p. This 740, I mean, think about it. The 1080 Ti was originally around like 700 with AIB cards. They were priced around 750 back in the day, the 1080 Ti. And that was a good GPU for 1440p in its time, you know, several years ago, like 4-5 years ago, about 6 years ago now, for 1440p. But today, the same amount of money can give you a significant upgrade to keep 1440p relevant. So this one's pretty good. But yeah, for a 6900 XT, realistically, you know, you're only looking at, if you're looking at AMD, the 7900 XTX is the way to go. Like, the flagship AMD card is the way to go. Otherwise, the only other options would be, obviously, RTX 4090, which is actually not really a good deal right now, as you can see here. $2,250. The price of the 49. I warned you guys. I said this in the last 3 weeks on all of my weekly live streams, every single live stream. I've been warning people that the 4090 is going to go up in price. I kept saying it was going to go up in price. It has to do with China. It's not going to change. It's only going to get worse. You can see this Asus stuff is creeping up to $3,000. So it's only a matter of time. It's going to keep happening because of the Chinese market right now. And there's nothing that you can do about it. So 4090 is not really an option. So realistically, like I said, it's really going to be that XTX. Why is the XTX going to be the way to go? Because if you're on a 6900 XT, that means today you have 16 gigabytes of video memory. So the only true worthwhile upgrade, obviously the 4090 is out of the picture because it's way too expensive, because scalpers are the only ones that have them right now. So it leaves this card. This is the lone survivor in the mass chaos that is slowly starting to take over the upper end of the GPU market all over again. It's only a matter of time before this card starts getting gobbled up just like the 4090. I've been warning you guys for about a month now, and now it's starting to come true. So this one, okay, this one comes with a different game. Intel is offering Assassin's Creed Mirage. AMD, on the other hand, is offering Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So you get Frontiers of Pandora, you know, whatever. I don't know anything about that game. I know about the Avatar movie franchise. I've never actually seen any of the Avatar movies. But, you know, you get this upcoming game. This would be the one to get. 4080 is not going to be... Oh, actually, no one's talking about 4080. Yeah, just a quick note about 4080. Let's check 4080. Because 4080, oh boy. What's happening here? Okay, so see, the 4080 is not coming down in price. Like, it is still it's holding steady at its MSRP. In fact, Asus has a $1,700 4080. Oh, but that's sold by a third party, so that's basically some scalper. You know, that's fail. So yeah, $1,355 for the Strix. That's a waste. This one, Zotac. Okay, see, look, this one. This is the one that I would get, and this one is basically what? It's like, what is that? $50? No, $70 off. $70 off MSRP. So, but the thing is, if you're on a 6900 XTX, the problem with the 4080 is you're not getting an upgrade when it comes to memory. All you're getting is software-based stuff, which is not a bad thing by any means, but you're not getting that, you know, that true bump in hardware that you would expect with a generational upgrade. You're going from 16 gigabytes to 16 gigabytes for that kind of money, and I personally wouldn't do that. It's just that's the sort of thing that's going to make you feel like you get a bad case of buyer's remorse once the 50 series and other stuff comes out. Oh, but yeah, it's Beatles mentions, yeah, you do get Alan Wake 2. So that's interesting. all three GPU brands are offering different games. So NVIDIA is offering Alan Wake 2 with the 40 series. AMD is offering the Avatar game, the Frontiers of Pandora, and Intel is offering Assassin's Creed Mirage. So, yeah, you almost maxed out the VRAM on the C700 XT already. Yeah, well, I don't know how you can max that out. I don't think there's games that are maxing that out. Whatever you're doing on the GPU. No, there's a way to do it, Danny. Like, it's easy, actually, if you're doing, like, Stable Diffusion. If you're doing Stable Diffusion, it can use all the RAM. Just saying. Like, there are apps, video editing, all that kind of stuff. Oh, Cyberpunk Path Tracing? Yeah, that can do it, too. At what resolution would it take 16 gigabytes of VRAM, though? Isn't that 4K? Wouldn't that be 4K resolution? Rono is saying, wait, what? Do you feel like the 4090 is not enough for 4K? Rono, it kind of depends. I would say for most of the time, the 4090 is enough for 4K as it stands today. Now, we're starting to see games that come out day one with terrible optimization. They're so suboptimal, and the 4090 performs like it's not good enough at native resolution. Like, there's a lot of that happening more often these days, but in general, the 4090 is good enough for 4K. I don't max it out. Path tracing with the 6000. 1440p. 1440p doesn't max 16 gigabytes, guys. Yeah, it's not going to max out at 1440p. Let's put it this way. I game at 4K. I don't game at 1440p. Okay? And I don't max out my VRAM. But again, like, I don't even get close to 16 gigabytes. See, like, hold on. Where's my... Hold up. Where's my thing here? See? This is on a Sony InZone M9. That's what this monitor thing is right here. See, I've got 3 monitors. I've got the Sony 4K 27-inch, and I've got 2 24-inch 1440p. So I got 1440p on the left. I got 1440p on the right. They're 24 inches, so they're nice and crisp. And then I've got 27-inch 4K at 100% scaling, so everything is tiny and crisp. And that's how I like it. And we're doing 100% scaling. No upscaling, nothing. And we are not maxing the RAM at all in this game. Now, again, this is not Cyberpunk 2077, but I'm just saying, like, you're not going to be doing 16 gigabytes of VRAM at 1440p with path tracing in Cyberpunk. It's not going to happen. I ask you, but isn't what? Same speed? Like, you game at sub 4K? So you can run Stable Diffusion on your GPU locally? You're asking me? Yes, I can. Yes. I can run Stable Diffusion on my AMD card locally on Windows using DirectML, using Automatic 1111. It works fine. I have a video, guys, showing that. Well, okay, I take that back. When I did that video, I was using the 6900 XT to show Stable Diffusion as a demo. But yeah, since then, I can do the same thing with a 7900 XT. It doesn't really matter. Okay, anyway, so let's get back to the deals discussion here. What happened here? Oh, there it is. move this back. How long ago was it? Wait, what? That was like back in the summer. I think it was like July or August when I did that video. It's stable diffusion. AI is here. What about ray reconstruction on AMD? What about it? You're asking questions that should be directed at developers. You're asking a lot of like developer questions. These are questions for developers, guys. Like asking about like roadmaps for ray reconstruction and that sort of thing. These are all dev type questions. Is it supported? Yes, it's supported, but it's not implemented in anybody's game for AMD. Like that's the thing, right? Like frame generation natively in the game for DLSS 3 is implemented because the developers put it in the game. They got to put it in the game. Like in the case of FSR 3, the developer has to put it in their game. If they don't put it in their game, it's not going to exist until they add it. These are developer questions. It's not supported for AMD since it's an NVIDIA exclusive tech. Wait, what are we talking about? No, you can do... Yeah, Danny's talking about ray reconstruction in general, Matt. He's not talking about like an NVIDIA specific thing. Like NVIDIA has their implementation of it. And the method that's used in Cyberpunk today, that is using NVIDIA's method, right? That doesn't mean that you can't do it in AMD. It just has to be implemented. Guys, these are all like these are software development type questions. These are like roadmap questions. I'm not going to have the answers to that. You're asking about AMD. What specifically are you... Like, give us an example of what you're asking, though. Like, ray reconstruction, like what? What's an example of ray reconstruction that you've seen? So Met's talking about the denoising technique that released in the big Cyberpunk update. Is that what we're talking about? I think that's what we're talking about. Keep in mind, people, that I have not played Cyberpunk 2077 at all. Like, I never played the update. I never even played the game at launch. So I'm not the right person to be asking questions when it comes to specific graphical features that exist in a specific game that I have never actually ever played. So I wanted to point that out because I'm getting all these weird Cyberpunk questions that I don't actually have the best answers to because I never actually played the game. I just wanted to full disclosure, like I'm not an expert in Cyberpunk because I never actually played the game. Never played vanilla for that game, and I never played the update. And I probably never will. I'll probably wait until... Unless it's on, like, a Steam... Is it on Black Friday or whatever? Like, hold up. Let me see. Cyberpunk has to be, like, $15 for me to, like, consider it. Oh, it's $30. That's too much money. Sorry. It's too expensive. With the latest update. Oh, that's 50% off. I need it to be like 75% off for me to even consider it. And it isn't even on my wish list. I will use rad reconstruction and not use... I don't even know what you're talking about. What is rad... What is this? NVIDIA is using it at Cyberpunk and all other RT games, and AMD is just talking about FSR3. What are we talking about? What are these games that use ray reconstruction? Can somebody, like, fill me in on what he's talking about? Like, I don't even know what is this? What are all these other games? First of all, what are all these other games that do ray reconstruction? Name 10 games that have ray reconstruction. Give me 10 games that have ray reconstruction. No, I don't think that's correct. Give me 10 games. Don't say all games with RT. That is an invalid, incorrect response. It's an invalid response. Met Prism said, Alan Wake 2 and Cyberpunk are the only ones. Okay, so there's 2 games, dude. 2 games. Hogwarts Legacy has ray tracing. It's not doing rad construction or whatever you were calling it. Portal RTX will add it soon. Okay, another old game. I mean, that's not bad. I'm not saying that's bad, but again, it's an old game. Quake 2. Quake 2 has ray reconstruction. Does it? I don't think that's correct either. I think you guys are mistaking path tracing with or is path tracing and ray reconstruction the same thing? Can somebody clarify for me what exactly is meant by ray reconstruction? Okay, so it's not. So, okay, you need to name 10 games. I asked for 10 games. You've given me 2. Met gave me 2. Portal is roadmap, so that doesn't count because it's not out yet with that update. Because I'm asking for 10 games today. Today, as of right now, not games that are roadmaps, so I don't count Portal. That doesn't count. Quake 2. So, wait, does Quake 2 actually have it? Quake 2 doesn't have it, guys. So no, Quake 2 doesn't count. So basically, we've got Alan Wake, Cyberpunk Overdrive, Minecraft Beta. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Hold up. I want to see something real quick. What are the, trying to see, like, where... Hold up. Where is Quake? Quake doesn't even register on the now playing list. What about... and that doesn't even have it. So let's see. Cyberpunk... Okay, Cyberpunk has 49,000 people playing the game right now. So that one... That comes in at 19th place right now. Minecraft... Well, that's not going to register on Steam, I guess. I don't even know how many people still play Minecraft. I know there's a number of people that still play. I just don't know how many. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm not saying that you're like I'm not trying to invalidate what you're saying about ray reconstruction. All I'm saying is that you're talking about a technology that is a very specific thing that as of right now doesn't like it's not it's something that is it's far off. Let's put it that way. Not super far off. I'm not saying that it's irrelevant. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is today, when you're looking at the Black Friday deals in the grand scheme of things, upgrading today, regardless of whether we're talking about AMD or Nvidia or Intel for that matter, you don't put a lot of weight. You don't put a lot of priority, I should say, into a specific feature like ray reconstruction because it's not the most relevant thing today. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm saying that it's not the most relevant thing today. Now, in the next 2 years, the next 4 years, the next 6 years, a decade, etc., obviously, technology changes. Think about Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 features a feature called mesh shaders. It uses mesh shaders. And you know what GPUs can't do mesh shaders? GTX 10 series. The GTX 10 series can barely run a 1080 Ti can barely run Alan Wake 2. It can barely run that game at 1080p medium-low settings, or even low settings. It can barely do it. And the reason why is because the developers of Alan Wake 2 specifically programmed the game to use mesh shaders as kind of a core design principle. So because of that, GTX 10 series can barely handle Alan Wake 2. And that's the reason why. And you know what's funny? The AMD RDNA 1, the 5700 XT, also doesn't officially support mesh shaders. Yet somehow that GPU, I don't really know why, does a little bit better than the 1080 Ti. I don't really know why that is. But for some reason, AMD's older GPU can somehow tolerate mesh shaders through brute force better than the 10 series can. Anyway, that's just anecdotal. It has nothing really to do with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in the grander scheme of things, technology changes. A game with mesh shaders is going to invalidate essentially an entire generation of GPUs overnight. So think about it like this. If somebody was buying an RTX 2080 versus a 1080 Ti in 2018 or 2019, do you think they would select the 2080 because it had RT versus the 1080 Ti, which had 11 gigabytes of VRAM and could be had at a slightly lower price than the 2080? I think a lot of people chose the 1080 Ti versus a 2080 because the 1080 Ti in rasterization at the time was slightly better in some of the cases. Some cases the 2080 was faster than it, but in other cases it trades blows with a 2080 back in the day. Now obviously it didn't do ray tracing, it can't benefit from DLSS, all that stuff, so you miss out on a lot of newer features when you have older hardware. So we don't know what the future holds for technology in terms of how games are developed in the future. So yeah, you're talking about ray reconstruction and all this other stuff. That's all nice and good, but you don't know like what other innovative things are going to happen in the development world outside of just what Nvidia is doing or what AMD is doing. You don't know like what Epic is going to do, for example, with UE5, like with Nanite and Lumen, all those other things that they introduced. Like the developers are the ones that ultimately have the power here. So they can essentially make a game run either so poorly or so unoptimized that it can invalidate like however strong the hardware is and bring that hardware to its knees. It can be done. It's not ideal. Developers don't want that to happen, but that's, obviously with what we've seen this year, it looks like that's what they're doing, but I don't think that's what their intention is. So the point is, like, you don't know how things are going to change in the next several GPU generations. So if you're buying a GPU on Black Friday now or this holiday season today, you want to choose something that is going to give you things that are tangible, things like VRAM, things like average FPS, overall FPS, perf per watt. Does it do things that you want or need, like AV1 or mesh shaders? Well, that's more of a technical thing, but obviously all the new GPUs feature mesh shaders. So the ray tracing stuff, yeah, does it have ray tracing? Like the thing with ray tracing, and I always say this about ray tracing only matters at the super high end. So like 4080, 4090, 7900 XT, 7900 XTX. That's where it actually matters to a degree. And the reality is ray tracing, path tracing, all of the above, it pushes the envelope so far on the graphical front that it doesn't matter if you have a 4090 or not. As soon as the 50 series comes out, ray tracing literally like generationally jumps with it. So the 4090 won't be all that great, 2 years from now when it comes to ray tracing. I can pretty much guarantee you that. You know why I can say that? Because how many people are talking about the 3090 and its ability to do ray tracing? Like, it's like people forgot that the 3090 exists and can do ray tracing. The AMD cards, the 7000 series, like the 7900 XT, etc., those are basically like the previous generation NVIDIA when it comes to ray tracing. So like 3090 and the 7900 XTX, those are similar in ray tracing performance. So it's not like they're bad, but they're basically, not the latest generation in terms of RT. So next year, when the 50 series comes out, the 4090 is no longer going to be the best at ray tracing. So it basically changes each generation. That's why what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if you're going to buy a GPU and try to find a good deal for it, you're going to buy in the here and now. You're not going to buy on a promise of something in the future, because you know as well as I do that as soon as the next generation comes out, the existing hardware automatically overnight becomes, weak sauce to a degree. So I guess I'll leave it at that. You can't add DLSS DLL files since it doesn't have the hook-ins for it. Wait, what are we talking about, guys? Like, what? I wasn't getting that technical. It doesn't support FSR2 and XESS, so you can't... Wait, what? What are we talking about? Like, wait, hold on. I'm trying to find out what was the original... What CPU do you have? Wait, hold up. Danny, if you want to get... Because, like, look, at the end of the day, I'm trying to help you guys figure out the most logical deals. And so far, from what I've seen, at the high end, this deal makes a lot of sense. 20 gigabytes. 20 gigabytes is going to go very far, and it's $740. And you get Frontiers of Pandora. Like, I don't know if this game's going to be good or bad or whatever. That's a good deal. Now, the best deal we saw earlier was this Amazon, this Sparkle. That was a pretty good one that Met had pointed out. Another really good one was the A770. This one right here. Wait, what happened? It sold out? Did it just sell out while we were talking about it? Oh, wow. Well, it sold out while we were talking about it. This was a very good deal. I'm not going to lie. This was a really good deal. 8 gigabyte card, though, right? Or no, this was a 16 gigabyte card. Yeah, this is 16 gigabyte. This was a really good deal. It sold out. That's how good of a deal it was. This is a more expensive one, but this is also a pretty good deal. The Amazon one was a good deal, too. Like this one, $270. Although... Hold on. This one is a 16 gigabyte, but it's sold out. And this one was cheaper. So that one's a good one, and this one's a good one. In general, you're going to find better deals. When it comes to GPUs, you're almost always going to find better deals from AMD and now Intel. Like, that's just the reality. Because, you know why? Because the average person looking for a GPU, they don't even know that AMD GPUs exist, let alone the fact that Intel even has a GPU. They don't even know that Intel has GPU to offer. Like, this is, like, something they don't even know exists. And they might have heard of this, but then they don't know if this is good because they don't know anything about it. So, like, why look at this? They don't know if this is good. All they know is GeForce, GeForce GTX, GeForce GTX. They know GeForce GTX. GeForce GTX. That's what they know. They don't even know GeForce RTX. Maybe nowadays people are pretty much somewhat familiar with RTX, but I kid you not, so many people still think that the GeForce GTX 4080 is a $500 GPU that they should be able to buy. Let me repeat that. A lot of people out there think there's such a thing as the GeForce GTX 480, and it should be $499. That's their expectation. Then when I tell them, no, it's actually called RTX, and then they go and search it, and they're like, wait, what? No, is this a scam? Like, the first response they tell me, is this a scam? Like, what is this? It's supposed to be like $500, right? Like, that's the response. GTX 4080? What is this? RTX 4080 1380 what? Why is this? Why it's so expensive? What gives? Like, that's the response that I get. Like, when I tell people, no, like, you've been living under a rock for like 6 years, dude. Like, this is how much GPUs cost now. And they're like, wait, what? How? Like, what happened? Is it inflation? Is it inflation? No, it's not inflation. It's actually not inflation. But these guys aren't in the chat because then they will know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. The people in my chat, they know. Like, you guys know. It's the other people. It's the other people that don't know. Like, the people who think GTX 480 is a thing, those are the people that want to buy a GTX 4080 so they can play League of Legends on a 4K 60 hertz monitor that they got from a Black Friday special. You know, like, let's see how much a 27-inch 4K 60 hertz. Let's see how much this costs. Like, see, okay, look, look. This is the sort of people that buy, they're like, I want to get 4K because Sony PS5 is a 4K console and it has 8K on the box. So I want to get a 4K monitor so I can play League of Legends on ranked in 4K resolution ultra settings. You know, like, I need to get a GTX 4080 so I can play League of Legends at 4K. You know, these are the sort of people, and they're like, oh man, check it out. $220. 4K is so cheap. It's so affordable. Why isn't everybody on 4K? It's so cheap, guys. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, like, it has GTG, got to go, FreeSync AMD, Adaptive Sync, 3840. Like, I can do math. 3,840 times 2160. This is a big number. It must be good. And it's only 200 something. Wow, this is an amazing deal. Like, I should get this. Like, I don't even need to consult anyone who knows about technology. I could just buy this, and I'm a pro. Make sure to copy paste this link to talk all things. I should probably clip this video because I'm describing. See, look, I'm describing the types of people who are responsible for the fact that we have $2,000 4090s today. Like, it's because people who don't know anything and they're like, yeah, I game at 4K, guys. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, like, people who have like they'll buy a 4060 GPU because, you know, when they find out that there's no such thing as a GTX 4080, and instead, like, they have a specific number in their mind, so they'll look at, like, you know, they'll look at something like this. Like, they'll look at, like, this thing. They'll be like, okay, I mean, I thought I was gonna get a GTX 4080 for about $500. This one's $50 less than $500, so that must be a good Black Friday deal. It says GeForce. I mean, it's got GeForce. It's MSI. You know, that's the motherboard that I've got. It must be good. You know, Ventus. I don't know. That's the name of a guy from Kingdom Hearts. I mean, that must be a cool thing. You know, 16 gigabyte. Okay, that's cool. I don't know if that's good, but it sounds like it's a lot. PCI 4.0 X8. X8. Yeah, okay. It's times 8, guys. It's times 8. That must be good, right? Like, it's X8. It's times 8. It's a lot. ATX. Ventus 2X black. Look, that's good. This must be a good cooler. The fans are so close together. There's no gap between them. There's no space. So that's good. It's efficient. It's like saving space. It's compact. Oh, what? The fans spin at 2,000 RPM? Oh, it's loud. It'll induce hearing loss. Oh, I mean that's I game with headphones anyway, so it's like that can't be bad. So $10 off, no free game, but whatever. Uh, I don't need Alan Wake 2. I was gonna get Alan Wake 2 for my birthday anyway, so it's like I don't care that it doesn't come with Alan Wake 2. Who cares? Or the Pandora game, the Avatar game, or Assassin's Creed. I wasn't gonna play Assassin's Creed Mirage anyway. I don't need a free game. All I know is that I was gonna spend $500 on a GPU for a GTX 4080, but apparently that thing is like $1,200 or something. So I'm just gonna get this instead. It's these type of people, and they're gonna game at their 4K. They're gonna play League of Legends on their 4K 60 hertz monitor, and then when they hear people say that their GPU, the 4060 Ti is weak, and it can't game at 4K, it's not a proper 4K graphics card, they're gonna be like, no, it's good. I'm good. I can play my game above 60 frames per second. It's good. RK is so lost right now. All I know is I know nothing at all. PCI X8 for... Well, free Bit Defender? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Free Norton, guys. It comes with free Norton 360. See, the sad thing is these are the sort of people. The people that would buy this blindly and pair it up with a 4K monitor so they could play League of Legends. Yeah, they're the type of people that probably need Norton 360. Okay, that's enough, like, making fun of a specific demographic of, like, gamers. Like, I'm not gonna do that anymore. I think I was, like, way too into that character when I started to believe that I was that type of character. You have Assassin's Creed Syndicate? Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Like, if people don't do... See, all I'm saying is if people don't do their research... If they don't do the research and they think, okay, I want to play at 4K because that's what the Xbox and the PlayStation 5 game at, and my PC's like 6 years old, I have a GTX 1060, and somebody told me that the GTX 1060 can't handle Alan Wake 2, so I need to upgrade. So I want to upgrade from GTX 1060 to GTX 480, and I have like $500 saved up for the GPU, and it's like, I can't get a 4080. I thought that that's how much I needed to save, but apparently not. I need like more than twice that amount. So now I have to sell for something like this, and then they end up buying this, and this is the reason why the TI 60 is such bad value, and it is what it is, right? Like, that's why the market is messed up. The market is messed up because people are just not doing the research. They're not doing proper comparisons. They're just buying whatever they see that somebody said just to get because that somebody didn't know any better either. And it's a perpetual cycle that continues over a long period of time, and here we are at the end of 2023, and this is why the GPU market is the way it is. On top of that, we have AI stealing all the 4090s, and it's only going to get worse. Soon the AMD ones are going to start getting sniped because ROCm and all that stuff's really taking off now. And I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of rumors that crypto is going to come back next year. It makes sense when you look at the timeline. If you zoom out and you look at the crypto timeline, 2024 is the year that is supposed to be the return of crypto. So next year, it could get really, really bad. We could have AI sniping all the super high-end GPUs, so you can't buy them unless you want to spend $3,000 or more on a GPU. And then on top of that, crypto is going to sweep in. It's going to swoop down like Superman. It's going to do a Superman dive, come in and like grab all the middle cards, all the 4070s, all the 7800 XTs, all the 7700 XTs, leaving only the 8 gigabyte. No, because guess what, guys? The 4060 Ti 16 gigabyte, this one's going to get sniped by the crypto because it's 16 gigabytes. Like I said, VRAM went from being an afterthought to the name of the game. VRAM is arguably the most important hardware spec on a lot of these GPUs. AI needs VRAM. All of the generative AI apps like Stable Diffusion, etc., they all love VRAM. We know that LLMs like VRAM, and crypto likes VRAM. So, yeah, the 16, anything that's 12 gigabytes or more is going to be ideal for crypto. So that means that when crypto comes back, they're going to grab all the 12 and 16 gigabyte GPUs. That means the only thing left for the gamers are going to be 8 gigabyte 4060s, 7600s, and Intel 8 gigabyte cards. Maybe the saving grace will be the Intel 16 gigabyte A770. However, if the crypto people can get that to work, I'm pretty sure they will, then that card's going to be gone as well. So, Crypto Winter thought, yeah, you're right, software, it's on the way. I know people that are in the crypto space, and I'm not going to say anything, but I know it's on the way. There's a lot of things happening in that space again. The bear market is slowly starting to thaw out. And once that thing wakes up, the gamers aren't going to be happy. It's going to be 2021 all over again. That's all I'm saying. And the problem is now we're going to contend with not just crypto, but AI, because AI is not going anywhere either. So, but AI typically only affects the super high end, like the 4090. So yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, I would say, like, if you guys didn't get a 4090 when you had the chance, assuming you even had a chance to begin with, good luck, because they're gone. Like, they're pretty much gone. And let me see, RTX 4080. RTX 4080 is gonna kind of hold down the fort because 16 gigabytes is not that much for generative AI. Just to put things into perspective, if you want to run ChatGPT locally on your PC, you would need about 34 gigabytes of VRAM. So you couldn't actually, like, a 4090 is not good enough for ChatGPT, like, locally. It doesn't have enough VRAM. But people are buying it as an alternative for AI because they can run more condensed LLMs using it. And that's the reason why it's so popular. So because of that, I don't see the 4080 suffering the same shortages as the 4090. Like right here, like, case in point, you can get this wonderful snowboard-looking Zotac for, you know, that's technically under MSRP, sort of, because 1200, yeah, so that's under. So this one, people are probably going to be forced to settle for 4080s even if they didn't want one. Unless they want an AMD card, but the AMD card's going to start going away too. That's the problem. Like, those are... AMD always kind of lags behind in the development space, but once it catches up, it's full steam ahead. So, I mean, I showed you that Twitter post by that AI startup company where they bought like a whole bunch. There was 2 different ones I've seen. There's one where the guy bought, like, he direct ordered like 6 crates of XFX. It was actually this one. It was specifically this model. Like, the guy, I forgot his name. Like, he's a famous ex-Twitter employee that used to work for Elon Musk. He bought like 6 crates of these, like, full of these things, for his AI startup. And he was saying how it's like, why pay NVIDIA prices when you can just get this? I just need 24 gigabytes of VRAM. And this has 24 gigabytes of VRAM, so that's the magic number. So, you know, if it works, it works. They don't care. They're obviously, you're looking for the best deal, and this is the cheapest way to get 24 gigabytes. And that's just the sad reality. So that means the AMD cards could be susceptible to shortages, at least the XTX, just like the 4090. The 4090s are all funneled into China right now, so you can't get them. They're going to be locked down for a while. I don't know what's going on. Like, last I heard, it's supposed to be banned, but you know what that means. You guys know, like, anybody who studied American history, anyone who's based out of the US that watches my channel, if you studied American history, you guys know what happened in the 1920s. You know, movies like The Great Gatsby illustrates what it was like. The Prohibition era, the American government banned alcohol. You couldn't buy alcohol. You couldn't buy booze. All that stuff was banned. It was illegal. It was banned. And you know what happened? You know what happened? It created an entire secret, secondary, illegal market of selling and trading alcoholic beverages. So when you ban 4090s from China, what do you think is going to happen? Basically, prohibition from the 1920s in America is going to happen in China. But instead of alcohol, it's all 4090s and all of the NVIDIA AI accelerators. The Godfather of... Exactly, Marcelo. That's exactly what I'm imagining. I'm imagining like one of those Hong Kong... You know, like those Jackie Chan movies? The Jackie Chan movies where there's always like some kind of Hong Kong gangster, like some kind of like drug lord. You know, like the only thing is, instead of a bunch of drugs behind him, it's a bunch of boxes and pallets of 4090s. But that are smuggled in from the US or from like... China, like, well, it's, you know what's weird? They're not even smuggled from outside China. They're literally built in China. They're literally built in China. So it's like they're just smuggling them out of a factory. And there you go, folks. That's the reason why you can thank the current geopolitical situation for these kind of prices that are just keep going up, because these things are getting scalped. Like, it's happening. Like, I didn't officially search 4090. Steve from Gamers Nexus talked about it. He kind of hinted at global sanctions. That was his words, but I have been talking about that for the last 3 or 4 live streams, so it's nothing new to me. I mean, I know all about this. There we go. It's happening. I remember the $3,000 3090s. It's coming back. It's coming back sooner than later. So I guess RK really like stocked up on 4090s because they're all impossible to get now. All I can say is... Hold up. All I can say is that is the reason why I made an executive decision earlier this year to secure the Founders Edition RTX 4090. So I don't have to deal with this kind of stuff happening. So 4090 from Best Buy. Founders Edition. A lot of people say, oh, that's like the worst one. No. The Founders Edition one is the one that will have the highest resale value on eBay. I can pretty much guarantee that. Like in 2, 3 years, 4 years time. Go look at eBay listings for Founders Edition NVIDIA cards and you'll see that they typically they have higher resale value than all the AIB cards. Even though they're technically slower. You know why? Because they're collector's items. That's why. So anyway, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's kind of funny to laugh at this because you can't control it. You have no control over the situation, right? So you just kind of have to accept the reality. And then you just have to react to it as positive as possible. So that's it. We'll see what happens with AMD's 24GB card. Because if I was running an AI startup, this is the one that I'd be looking at. Like if I wanted to start up an AI, go to Mark Cuban and beg for money at the Shark Tank. I'd tell him, we're gonna go with 24 gigabyte. He's like, how are you gonna be competitive? Like, how are you gonna actually get in? And I'm like, well, I mean, we just need 24 gigabyte cards. We just gotta make our LLM run off of 24 gigabytes max. You can get it down to running like 16. That would be ideal. But ChatGPT takes like 34. So if I can drop that by 10 gigabytes to 24, I think we're good. And we can kind of like cut in line because we can get these for sub 1,000. Obviously you'd go to like Sapphire or XFX or somebody and you negotiate a bulk purchase business to business sale. So you wouldn't be paying like Newegg prices, or maybe you just directly deal with Nvidia. I don't typically know. Actually, no, that's Newegg has Newegg Business. So like if a business wanted to buy these GPUs from Newegg, they would register under Newegg Business and they would do like a bulk order. And typically Newegg will probably give a volume discount of anywhere from like 12 to, it depends on what it is, but they could actually go up to like 35% off. So I don't know if they would do that for GPUs because GPUs are so in demand. However, the thing is, like AMD is kind of where it's at because AMD GPUs typically aren't as in demand as NVIDIA's are for AI specifically. I'm not talking about gaming, I'm talking about AI. And if somebody had a really smart group of programmers who could build off of the ROCm ecosystem on Linux or Windows, but typically on Linux, that's where a lot of this AI stuff is happening right now, at least in the professional space, then you would want to go AMD. Like, as long as your programmers can work with ROCm and get it up and running on the AMD ecosystem, like, you have a competitive advantage over everybody else because you can sidestep the line when it comes to waiting or procuring NVIDIA GPUs for CUDA. Like, if you can get your stuff working with ROCm and just bypass CUDA, that is a massive competitive advantage. And if you can get a product, a prototype that works, and then you can go to investors and show that you have a competitive advantage, that you can like basically cut in line when it comes to securing hardware because you're going with a different vendor that is lesser known, and you can actually utilize it. That just gives you more leverage when it comes to getting startup capital. So that's kind of like a thing. That guy who used to work for Elon Musk, I can't believe I forgot his name, but he basically did exactly what I just described to you guys. Like, he got startup capital because he showed that he could build a program, a generative AI application that runs off of Radeon GPUs, and he doesn't have to deal with waiting for a whole year to get access to the NVIDIA professional accelerators. So, I wonder what all these AI startups do with the free game codes. Oh man, yeah, they probably, I don't know, man. Like end of year, like parties or events, probably they give them away. Good question though. They just give them away to all their employees, regardless of whether the employees are gamers or not. Like, okay, give this to your kid, as Christmas present or whatever. I don't know. That's funny. That's a really good question, though. That's a lot of front. Can you imagine if somebody bulk ordered from Newegg Business like 250 7900 XTX cards? Like, how much is that actually? Let's say Newegg gives them a 18% discount. So let's say 0.18 times 920. That's $165 off. So that means they're essentially buying these for like $750. So we'll call it $750 per GPU, and they buy 250. So they spend like $187,500, which actually that's not that much money. When you think about it, for a business expenditure, like that's actually not that bad. I mean, that's a lot of money, especially for a startup. It's a lot of money. But in the grand scheme of things, like when it comes to venture capital, it's pretty easy. I don't want to say easy, but I would think that if you can demonstrate that you have a decent business model, vision, mission, etc. for this AI product that you're developing, it's pretty easy to get like $1 million, 1.5 million in startup capital. So if you have to spend like $200,000 on GPUs to get your server up and running, well, okay, that's just GPUs. So I take that back. It might be more money because you have to buy the server parts too. So you got to go to Supermicro or Dell or somebody and get the servers. But then you can also just negotiate with them for the GPUs. So, but then again, you're at the mercy of the lead times for the GPUs. So it might be better to just buy the servers separate, bare bones, get Linux on them, I guess, Red Hat or whatever, and then get these GPUs from Newegg Business. That might be the way to go. See, that might be the way to do it. So like 200 grand on GPUs, that's not that bad. What's the best Black Friday deals in tech so far? I mean, we were talking about them earlier. We've basically been talking about them all stream. What we saw earlier is this Intel. When it comes to GPUs, the Intel Sparkle on Amazon for $270 for 16 gigabyte GPU. This one's pretty good. There was another one. I think it's sold out. There was an Intel. This one. Oh, now it says that it's in stock again. That's weird. While we were live, it went out of stock, but now it's back. So this one is $250 for a 16 gigabyte graphics card. This would be really good for 1080p gaming. 1080p, free Assassin's Creed Mirage. So you get Assassin's Creed Mirage and a 16 gigabyte GPU for $250. That's a pretty good deal. And then the other one that I saw was this one, I believe. Wait, actually, this one's on back order. But yeah, this one's still in stock. So 700, what is that, 740? Because there's a $10 promo instant code. So 739 with the code. And you get a free copy of Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So this one comes with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, whereas that other one came with Assassin's Creed Mirage. These are pretty good. These are pretty good bundles when it comes to GPUs. Now, there's not a lot of good bundles for GPUs, or a lot of good deals, I should say, for GPUs, but those are two that stood out to me. JMac, you got the 7800 X3D from Amazon to go on the ROG. Yeah, that's a pretty good board. Yeah, that's a good board because that one comes with the postcode debug. See, the thing is, quick note about the... You know what's funny? We were making fun of League of Legends 4K people on 60 hertz monitors, but, that is actually a pretty decent price. All things considered, that is a pretty good price for a plain Jane 4K monitor. Just saying, it has FreeSync. It's 60 hertz display, but it has FreeSync. Anyway... so the Asus ROG Strix B650E-E, I like this motherboard in the sense that you get the postcode debug. And the thing is, like a lot of motherboards, the thing is what's happened with motherboards this generation, and this is true for Intel as well, is if you want a postcode debug LED, which is that thing in the, where is it? Like, okay, see, you guys see the mouse. This thing right here, I don't know why it's not zooming in further, but the little 88, the number 88 thing that lights up and gives you the number code when your PC is starting up. If you want this thing, typically you have to spend $500 on a motherboard to get that with AMD or Intel. Now, however, AMD has B650E, and the B650E motherboards not the B650 motherboards, but the Extreme, which is the E, these typically offer that for around $350. So I would say that's the most cost-effective way to get a motherboard that has a postcode debug on a modern platform. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is now. And the reason why this is nice to have is because memory training on DDR5 takes longer than DDR4. So if you're building the PC for the first time and you've never built a DDR5 system before, it can be nerve-wracking when you first turn on the PC hoping that everything works out of the box and that you didn't do something wrong. Well, that little postcode thing, as long as you see the number 15 on that display, you are good. If you see 15, you know it's doing memory training, and you just gotta wait for that 15 to turn into a 0D, 91, 96, 97, and then the postcode beep happens, 99, AA, and you're good to go into Windows. So, I mean, I've done so many builds at this point. I've done Intel builds. You guys know I have 13900K. I've done AMD builds. You guys know I have the X3D, the 7950X3D. I have the 7950X. I have the 7700X. And I did an Alder Lake build previously, so it's a 12700K. So you guys know that I've done a lot of DDR5 builds. So I am well experienced when it comes to what does memory training look like on the postcode, what are the debug codes, what do they actually mean, what's happening, etc. Is it dead? Is it DOA? Is it good? Did I build everything correctly? So yeah, having that postcode on the motherboard reduces the amount of anxiety when you're turning on the computer for the first time. So good choice in the motherboard because you have that postcode debug. That's all I'm gonna say. You went with that, yeah. 7800X3D on that. 232. Okay, that's 64 gigs of RAM. Yeah, that's nice with a 4090 FE. Yeah, almost the same PC as me too. Like you guys saw my ASRock Steel Legend build. I have almost the exact same PC. So 79, the only difference is instead of 7800X 3D, I went with 7950X 3D because this one I can do, like if I want to simulate the 7800X 3D, I can disable the other CCD. If I want to test frequency, I can test frequency with the other cores. I just have to turn game mode off. So I went with that and the exact same GPU. So I have right here, here's the box. Here is from Best Buy, because that's the only game in town in the US for that. You guys can see on the screen there. GeForce RTX, not GTX, GeForce RTX 4090. This is the box. This is a big box. It's kind of weird. You can see like this is a huge box actually. But that plus the 7950X 3D, really, really good overall system. This one does use significantly less power than the 7950X, which uses less power than the 13900K, and that's the reason why I kind of built it in that hierarchy. But yeah, those are kind of my DDR5 systems right now. Oh, you just watched the B650 motherboard tier list? That's how you ended up. Oh, wow. Oh, that's how you ended up here. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this channel is all about PC do-it-yourself builds and that kind of thing. So we'll talk about memory, we'll cover memory overclocking, we'll cover CPU, sometimes CPU overclocking, GPU overclocking, etc. You got the B650EF only because you got open box. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's not a bad motherboard. Like, the thing with my tier list video, I got a lot of comments, like, people thought that I was unfair because I would place, like, the E-E, for example, like, way high on the tier list, but then, like, the one that Met has, like, B650E-F, that one didn't place anywhere near as high on the tier list, but that's because I'm looking at it from the point of view, if I was going to task somebody who didn't know a lot about building a PC to assemble the PC, do I want them to have the postcode, which the E-E has, or do I want them to not have the postcode, essentially be in the dark? All they have available to them is like 3 or 4 LEDs that blink occasionally to tell them if something's happening. And most of them probably have no idea what that means. They can't look up a Dr. Debug code list to figure out what's happening because they don't have the 7-segment display. So that's the reason why I placed motherboards that don't have that feature. Some people said that I was putting too much weight and too much emphasis on that feature. They also, like, some of the criticism I got in the video was that I put too much emphasis on the postcode debug LED as well as the X4 PCIe slot. The thing is, the X4 PCIe slot, like, the thing is, if anybody ever contemplated the idea of doing anything with content creation, they will quickly learn that an X4 PCIe slot, doesn't matter if it's PCI Gen 3 or PCI Gen 4 or even PCI Gen 5, they will learn in a short span of time of wanting to do anything with content creation. Now, that X4 slot is very, very useful. More useful than the X8 slot that shares lanes with the GPU. Let's put it that way. It tends to be more useful. It's oftentimes the X4 will be used by a lot of things. Like if you want to do 10 gigabit networking, if you want to do 4K capture, 4K 60 HDR capture, you need an X4 PCIe slot. Or you need a motherboard with Thunderbolt. If you want Thunderbolt and the motherboard doesn't natively have Thunderbolt, well, guess what? The add-in card requires an X4 slot to add Thunderbolt to the motherboard. And yes, Thunderbolt works on AMD. I have lots of videos showing how to get Thunderbolt working, Thunderbolt 4 working on AMD. Otherwise, you better have a 20 gigabit USB-C port on the back if you want an external capture card or something like that. So just things to think about that a lot of people overlook when they purchase a motherboard. And that's the reason why I focus the video more, the tier list video, more on what the motherboard can do. Yes, it's nice to be able to overclock. And all those motherboards let you overclock. It's not like you can't overclock on an F-tier motherboard. You still can. It's not like its VRM is going to be inadequate. The reality is the Ryzen CPUs don't use that much power. So your typical bargain bin VRM, as long as it has heat sinks on it, is going to do totally fine. So that's the reason why I didn't put a lot of weight into VRMs, because a lot of people, like a lot of the comments I saw in the video that were not positive comments, they were like, oh, well, you didn't grade them based off of VRM. Well, we're not evaluating a 300 watt CPU. So why does the VRM really matter that much? All of them are pretty much good enough in my mind. So I'm more about like, what can I actually do with the motherboard? From a content creation point of view, from a streaming point of view, from a gaming point of view, etc. All that kind of stuff. Like the aesthetics also matter somewhat, but you know, aesthetics are always going to be a subjective thing. So I can't really objectively say, you know, this motherboard's S tier because its RGB and its VRMs look better, in my opinion, than another motherboard. So I'm not going to grade them like that. Like I don't consider that as a fair, objective way to classify something on a tier list. So it's going to come down to, does it have X4? Does it steal lanes from the graphics card to give you Gen 5 SSDs, right? Like, these are the sort of things that actually matter, even though they're kind of hidden and you don't really see them at first glance. That's what the current Z490 Elite has. 4 LEDs that light up and turn off as it goes through the motions to post. Oh, wow. So you're already used to using a motherboard that doesn't have the debug. See, I'm somebody who has never had a motherboard that doesn't have what's called the 7-segment display. 7-segment display is that 8-8 thing that shows you the code. The only motherboard that I have, well, okay, I have 2 motherboards. Technically, yeah, 3 motherboards. I have 3 motherboards. I have 1 Intel motherboard and 2 AMD motherboards that do not have the postcode debug. But every other motherboard that I've ever owned has included the debug. So I always know what's happening if I'm overclocking, especially when it comes to the RAM. The RAM, like, what I have found is I end up referring to the postcode debug way more when I'm looking at RAM testing or RAM overclocking, more so than CPU. CPU typically, like, the only time the codes really actually mean anything with the CPU is if you're trying to push like a heavy overclock, typically on an Intel CPU, because AMD CPUs, you're really just going to use PBO and curve optimizer, and you don't really need the debug for that. But yeah, memory, totally, yeah, memory's where it's at when it comes to the postcode debug. But let's take one more look here at some of these deals from Micro Center. I just want to see if there's anything else that kind of sticks out. Oh, the Vertex power supply. This is an okay deal. Yeah, this is a pretty good deal. $70 off. I think RK mentioned that. Oh, I think you had mentioned this one to me. The Seasonic Vertex 1200 at Micro Center is on sale for $220. Like, this is actually a really good power supply. This is a really good power supply. 80 plus gold is really all you need. Yes, there's an 80 plus platinum specification, but that really doesn't matter. 1200 watts, and it has the 12 volt high power native cable. So that means that it can handle transient spikes with ease. So this is a good one. Yeah, that's a pretty good deal for a power supply. Oh, it was a Super Flower. Wait, does Micro Center have that one? Or is that like an Amazon thing? Super Flower, 1300 watt. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. This is an even better deal. Oh, wait, but this one doesn't have the cable, though. I like the other one better. Yeah, I know they're making the revision. I know they're going to revise the spec and make a revised connector for the 4090 power cable. But I don't care. I mean, I'd rather have this than the other one. I'd rather pay $10 more, get this cable, be able to use the cable now. Because at the end of the day, like, if they do the revision, you can always just buy the adapter that connects to 2 of the PCIe plugs and just not use the old cable. So yeah, I'd rather get this one. Although 1300 watts, yeah, I'd still rather get this one. It's Seasonic. I mean, the other one, Superflower, is good. Superflower is equal to Seasonic, really. It's not like there's anything wrong with Superflower. But I would rather just make sure I have this cable. Oh, it has the cable, but it's 2x8. Oh, okay. See, the only thing... Superflower 1300, let's go to that one again. The only thing with this one, though... Let me see. The more I think about it, it's like, is it better to have the adapter, or is it better to have the native cable? The thing is, the native cable, as far as I know, the melting connector never happened on the power supply side. I don't remember any reports of the connector on the power supply side ever melting. But it looks identical. I think both ends have the same pinout. Because it's 1-to-1 mapping. So I don't know. I personally would rather have this. Your impatient self went ahead and bought the Seasonic with the connect. Oh, from this. Oh, okay. You mean Wait. So you've got the native cable, or you have the adapter? The 2.8x can update to the new 3.1. The other one can't. Yeah, but remember, the one thing to remember about that is that the cable that you get has to be, it has to be, it's specific to that brand of power supply. Meaning you can't go and buy a Corsair adapter for the 12 volt high power and connect the Corsair into like a Seasonic. Otherwise, you're going to cause a fire, or you're going to cause something bad to happen. Because they don't have the same... See, the thing is, the connector on the power supply side is proprietary. They use different pinouts. Or they use different, like... Because Corsair uses something called Type 4 or Type 3 or something. And it's essentially like a 6-pin. They do like 2 6-pins on the power supply side. But on the GPU side, it's an 8-pin. So, no, I read the info. I remember reading it. I think I read it like twice. I know what they're changing. But the thing is, that cable that you're referring to, like, yes, if you have that cable for Seasonic, that's fine. Assuming that the newer, revised 3.1 power supply supports that cable for Seasonic. But you can't take that cable and you can't put it in like an updated Corsair power supply or a Superflower power supply or a Cooler Master, etc. You get what I'm saying? Like the brand matters. You cannot mix and match power cables from one power supply to another, even if they're both the same ATX 3.1 or 3.0. Like the different manufacturers use different pinouts. My current Seasonic 850 doesn't have the native cable. Okay. See, the thing to be aware of, JMac, is that, and I made a video about this topic a few months ago, or it might have been like a month or two ago. Specifically talking about, like, what do you need? Like, what does your power supply wattage need to be for the cable to actually, or for the GPU to be allowed to pull up to 600 watts? There is a specific spec, and I think the article that RK is referring to talks about that. But my video also summarizes it. Basically, if you have... Yeah, you can't do 600 watts on that cable. Even with the adapter, you can't do 600 watts. Because you have an 850 watt power supply, the 850 watt isn't high enough to allow 600 watts off of that part of the rail. So it's going to be limited to, I think... I'd have to look at the video again, because I had the table in the video. But I think you're limited to 450 watts on that cable. Right, 450. Yeah, you have to have, I think you have to have 1200 watts. Or no, I think it's 1100 watts. It's either 11 or 12. I have to look at my video again. But in order for that cable to actually pull 600 watts, or to be allowed to drive 600 watts to the GPU, it has to be a 1100 watt power supply. And it has to do with the fact that 600 watts is a certain percentage. It's more than 50% of 1100 watts. I don't think you can, Matt. If you can, you're using the adapter cable, and technically that's not how it's supposed to work. The video explains it. I have got like tables in the video. You've done that on a 1000 watt. Well, you've done that, but yeah, that's technically not. Have you done 650 watts actually from the thing though? Because remember, the wattage reported is not exactly the wattage through the PCIe plug. So, man, I need to find my video. I gotta find the video. Hold on, where is it? the video is based off of PCIe SIG. It's official specs. I'm not just making this up. It's all like documented. And I think that Hardware Info Busters thing, like, it went into that in depth. Hold on, I gotta find my... Let me find the video. RTX 4090 and 3090 Ti. Yeah, it's this video. Hold on, let me put the video in here. We don't need this thing anymore, do we? No.
4 8-pins.
Okay, hold on. Let me find the part where I put the chart on the screen. Because somewhere in this video...
It's totally fine because it knows how to sense if it's ground or open.
Video
is that...
Okay, right here. This is it. This is it. So it depends on the total wattage of the power supply. Right here. It has to deal with the way the sense pins are connected. So if you guys see, look at this. In order for that cable to pull 600 watts, it has to be greater than or equal to 1100 watts max rated power of the unit. This is a firmware specification for ATX 3.0 power supplies. Now, if you're like in Met's case, Met is probably using I'm guessing a ATX 2.0 power supply. Basically a power supply that does not feature the plug, the native plug on the power supply. So in that case, you could pull 600 unofficially. You could do it, but that doesn't mean that it's recommended, or it doesn't mean that it's exactly safe. But here's the thing. These are specifications. So all power supplies built for ATX 3.0 specification must adhere to this rule. This is a standard. I'm literally copy pasting this. I did not write this down. I literally took this from the PCI SIG specification and regurgitated it here on the screen to illustrate this point. So, if your power supply is 1100 watts or greater, the plug, the native connection, is allowed to send up to 600 watts to the graphics card, because the Sense 0 and the Sense 1 pins will be connected on that cable to ground. You have 2 ground pins. That's the reason why it allows it. Regular use will never pull it. Well, I mean, Met was able to do 600, close to 700. I don't know if that's regular use, but he was able to do it. So look at this. So, okay, going back to JMac, you had I believe you said you had an 850. Yeah, you have a Seasonic 850. Okay, so the Seasonic 850 technically falls into this middle category. 650 to 899 is spec'd for 300 watts max through that cable. That means that Sense 0 is ground and Sense 1 is open. So you're rated to do 300 watts. Meaning, what this means, guys, is, remember, this does not apply to a 2.0 power supply. So if your power supply does not have this native connector, none of what I'm talking about applies. You can pull whatever you want with the adapter because this doesn't apply. What this is saying is that if you buy a power supply with this connector on the power supply, if it includes the native 12-volt cable, it must adhere to this rule. Like, it has to follow these rules. So you can do... So if you buy like a 850 watt ATX 3.0 power supply, that cable is only going to allow a maximum of 300 watts. That means if somebody connects a 4090 to an 850 watt power supply, there's no fear of like a fire hazard or whatever, or the power supply is not going to explode because it is limited. It's literally power limited on the power supply side to 300 watts. Because the cable that ships with that 850 watt 3.0 power supply is wired for ground and open. This is the reason why when you guys saw me do unboxing videos and power supply videos last year, when I started rolling out upgrades for myself to ATX 3.0, this is the reason why I chose to upgrade to a 1300 watt MSI Meg power supply, because I knew that 1300 watts is over 1100, and that means that the cable that is included in the box has 2 ground pins, allowing me to do 600 watts if I wanted to do some kind of overclock or do whatever Matt was talking about. Same thing with this other power supply featured in the video. Literally, the power supply, as you guys can see in the video, I do some history lesson about 3090 Ti, because the 3090 Ti technically was the first GPU to introduce this cable, not the 4090. A lot of people seem to forget that it was actually the 30. This is it. This is the 3090 Ti with its 3 adapter. It came with a 3 adapter. 4090 comes with a 4 adapter. So you guys can see the difference here. So this is a pretty good video that explains all of this in depth. So we talk about 4090 with the actual sense wires. We talk about 3090 Ti doesn't have the sense wires. And then we talk about the native cable that says 600 watts. This is the one that ships with the MSI Meg. But then I'm also using a 1250 watt from Micro Center. This power spec that you guys see here in the video, this is the power supply. The power supply you see on screen is the power supply that I use to power the 7950 X3D and the RTX 4090. Like, I'm using a power spec Micro Center store brand 1250 watt. The 12 volt high power cable you ordered from Seasonic is 2x6 to 12. Yeah, that can probably do 3. That should be 300 watts, right? Because, well, it's hold on. It's 2 6-pin to the power supply. So the 6-pin goes to the power supply, but the connector to the. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. So that doesn't have the 2 ground pins. Yeah, that makes sense, because think about it. The 8-pin, the difference between an 8-pin and a 6-pin is the addition of 2 ground pins. So wait a minute. Is that an open? Okay, so you're basically 300 watts. Yeah, that makes sense. So your adapter is probably 300 watts, right? Because 6, so think about it. 6-pin on power supply is typically 8-pin on the GPU side. So that's 150 watts. And you said there's 2 of them. So that's 300 watts. So yeah, that matches, because you have an 850 watt unit. So you get 2.6 to 2x8, but it's really going to wire to the 12 volt. So that's 600 watts. I mean, that's 300 watts. So yeah, that should be 300 watts. It's 2.8. Wait, RK's saying it's 2.8? How can you do 600 watts off of 2 8-pins, though? Because 2 8-pins is just 300 watts. Remember, guys, an 8-pin is 150. I explain it in the video. I do the math for you guys in the video. Like, I talk about it, like...
pins that allow each one of these is 150 watts.
Each one of these is 150 watts.
So you can see 150, 300, 450, 600.
There you go. See, there you go. That's the math. So right there, 4 8-pins make 600 watts. That's the adapter that literally ships with the Founders Edition 4090.
That's how you get 600 watts. So a 600 watt rated connector has to be equal to 4 8-pin.
So think about it. So I even give you guys the example about the 3090 Ti. The 3090 Ti
Rated for 450 watts.
was rated for 450 watt TDP. So it came with 3 8-pin adapters, because remember, 150 times 3, that's 450 watts. So that way this GPU could get away, like it didn't have the sense pins on its adapter, even though it supports the sense pins. It'll still cap to 450 watts because it only has 3 8-pins on the adapter.
Watts. It doesn't have the sense wires. The adapter has nothing up there. As
See, the 3090 Ti never included, or its adapter never included the sense wires.
you can see, it has a bridged top pins in the middle there, which is the opposite of the 3080 Ti.
Oh, and I also explained 3080 Ti as well, because that one uses a completely different plug from the 3090 Ti.
Which is the 2 lower ones, and the 3090 Ti.
Because this one is rated for 300 watts. Yeah, because it's 2 8-pins, so it's 300 watts for the 3080 Ti, which is the same connector that ships with the 3080. Oh, no problem. This is what happens almost. I pretty much guarantee that almost every live stream, there are some exceptions, but almost every live stream we go off on these insane deep dive tangents. This happens all the time. Like, this is a normal thing to like start talking about something like this. So, but yeah, I mean, I like it. My viewers like this sort of stuff. I think most of my viewers would agree that they actually like when I go off on these tangents that are tech related more than the actual, like the original content. It depends on what the original topic was. But in this case, this is kind of like the scraps of Black Friday, if you will. Like, we're kind of looking at what's still out there. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of deals. Cyber Monday is also going to have a lot of deals. So it's not like these deals are going to go away. If they go away, they're just going to come. They're going to be replaced by new deals that come by and just replace them over time throughout the holiday season. So I don't really think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, like, this is the sort of stuff that we talk about on this channel all the time. So like, if it's not power supplies, it's RAM. If it's not RAM, it's motherboards. If it's not motherboards, it's CPUs. If it's not CPUs, it's GPUs, etc. We even go on tangents about like computer cases and that sort of thing too, and liquid cooling versus air cooling, and whatever. I mean, yeah, kind of. It depends on what you were looking for. I feel like there were some good deals with there were some pretty good deals with SSDs. Like, we were talking about SSD deals at the very beginning of the stream, and they're still out there. Like, you can get a 4 terabyte SSD, like an NVMe M.2. You can get a 4 terabyte for less than $200. You can get one for like 161 or 170 ish. Depending on which one we were talking about. There were like 3 that we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. We were also talking about like peripherals, like open back headphones, headsets for gaming like this. I mean, there are some decent deals right now, like the ATH GDL3. I recommend this one because it's basically $100, but it's a gaming headset that actually is really good for music. I'm not gonna lie, like, it's open back, guys. Open back is so much better for basically everything unless you're doing professional sound editing. Like, trust me, I'm using open back. Like, these headphones that I'm using, these are Sennheiser HD 599. These are headphones. They don't have a microphone, but obviously I use my podcasting microphone. So these are open back, and I couldn't do live streaming. Like, I couldn't do like 3-hour, 4-hour live streams with closed back headphones. You know, that's just too. It's the thing is, it's not as breathable. Like open back is the way to go. And I'm just saying, like, if you want a good pair of open back gaming headphones that come with a microphone like this, that's detachable. You know, like if you don't want the microphone, you just pull it off and there it goes. And these are great to travel with, although they are open back. So if you are going to listen to music or something or watch a movie on an airplane, try not to annoy the person sitting next to you, because that's the only thing, right, with these being open back. But these are really good at this price point for a gaming headset, because typically gaming headsets are not as good when it comes to like other things that are not gaming. So like, for example, listening to music, watching movies, like watching Netflix or something, like with headphones, like these, the fact that they're open back, it widens out the soundstage and it just sounds so much better. Like if you've never listened to audio on an open back system versus a closed back, you are truly missing out. Like it is night and day. I know it's subjective, but I encourage people watching, like, try out open back headphones or a gaming headset like this, because man, these are good. Once you go open back, you can never go back. Like I can't see myself going back to closed back. PC38X. What is that? PC38X. Is this on an Amazon or something? What is this? I don't even know what that is. Is that an Amazon deal? PC38X. Oh, these. You should have said EPOS. You should have said like the Sennheiser one. Then I would know what you're talking about. Yeah, these are pretty good. They're more expensive though. That's the thing. Although this one is pretty good. Game 1. The Game 1 is pretty good. Yeah, this one. This one looks pretty good. This is open back. This is Sennheiser. Yeah, I'd recommend this. I'd recommend this, but it depends. Like, the Audio Technica, though. So these come in black. These come in black or white. So obviously, I'm showing you guys the white one. I have the white ones here myself. If I'm traveling, these are what I take with me. I leave my I don't take my Sennheiser headphones, because these Sennheiser headphones are like, they literally stay with this computer and they don't go anywhere. But these, I can connect these to my laptop. I can take these on an airplane. You know, like these are my travel headphones, and the fact that they have a built-in microphone, so like if I need to do like a conference call or something, you know, I can just use these. I don't need a Bluetooth headset or anything. Some people will just say use the iPod Air, the Apple Airs or whatever. I don't like wireless, because it's like I don't like dealing with the charging and all that stuff, or having to keep track of something so small. So I'm not a big fan of wireless. But yeah, like these are like $30 off, and they're open back. They have a built-in microphone. The microphone is actually really good. But Audio Technica, like these are the guys. So for those that don't know anything about Audio Technica is a Japanese brand. These are Japanese open back gaming headsets. And these are pretty good. Like Sony unfortunately doesn't make a lot of open back audio gear. Like a lot of their stuff is closed back. Otherwise, I would recommend Sony a lot more. But Audio Technica is pretty good. Like if you want like a Japanese headset, because the Japanese, like the way that the open back is like really, really good for the money. Like otherwise, I'd recommend Sennheiser. So for those that don't know anything about Sennheiser is a German brand. So these are really good. Like, case in point, the headphones that I am wearing right now are Sennheiser HD. So if you guys want to know what I'm actually using, Sennheiser HD 599 SE Special Edition. So this is what I'm using. Yeah, this one up here. So this one was on sale. I don't know. You guys need to check. But this was on sale as of Wednesday, going into Black Friday through Thanksgiving. These were on sale off of Amazon for $99. They were $100 off. So these are good. But because this is a gaming-oriented channel, these are not meant for gaming. These are meant for music. Or I guess you can watch movies and listen to the movie audio on this too. But these are exceptionally good open back for the money for a music listening experience. Now they're not what I consider professional audio grade. Like you want to go to like an HD 650 or better. But these are like really, really good for music, amateur listening, as well as like podcast listening or just general audio. They have that Sennheiser Veil, which some people who really like dig in deep when it comes to audio would know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Sennheiser Veil. Basically, the Sennheiser Veil tends to accentuate the mids a little bit more than the highs and the lows. So they don't have the punchy type of bass that you would expect from like a good pair of like Beats or some of the Sony headphones. But I actually prefer the more neutral sound that this offers. Like it just kind of depends on your preference, but I like these. And these are actually what I'm using. You guys can see I'm wearing them right now. Like this is literally the headphones on the screen. So, but a good alternative for a gaming headset that's on sale right now would be the AT. And these are pretty good build quality too. Like the if you go back here, you can see this has a metal band. It has a rubber. Now the only thing, the rubber band on the top doesn't have any sort of cloth or pleather padding. So that's one thing to note about the ATH GDL3. But I still kind of think for the money, this one's good. If you want a gaming headset that is also exceptionally good for listening to music, let's put it that way. I would not be recommending these if they weren't good for music. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to get you guys a good recommendation for gaming headphones because they have that built-in microphone. So it does have that convenience there, and it's removable. You can literally pull it out if you're not going to use it. So this would be my recommendation. If you're near a Micro Center, this is what I would get. Either the black one or the white one. And then if you're not, then I mean you can look at what they cost on Amazon. I didn't search, but like if you're looking for like audio headphones, then you know something from Sennheiser would probably be what I would look at. HD 560s is pretty good for gaming. They're $149 right now, but they go on sale frequently. Yeah, I don't know too much about those. What I can say is the ATH GDL, the build quality on these is quite good. It actually has a full metal ring on the top, and the metal actually goes all the way down here to the base. So the build quality is pretty good on these. The sound, I'm not going to lie, these do not sound as good as my Sennheiser HD 599. But I think the 599 is different from the HD 560s. So, like, I don't know how HD 560S compares to... Oh, okay, those are open back. Those are definitely open back. I don't know. I have a feeling that these are not as good as the HD 599. Which means these might sound very similar to the Audio-Technica that I'm talking about. Because they're both open back. And the Audio-Technica doesn't sound... The difference between the Audio-Technica and the Sennheiser HD 599... The 599 sounds like your... Let's put it this way. If you're listening to an orchestra, the 599 sounds like you're sitting in the middle of the stadium if you're listening to an orchestra. So you're not sitting in the balcony, or okay, you could be sitting in the balcony. Yeah, you could be sitting like at the front of a balcony, in like if you're listening to like an orchestra in a classical music setting. If you're listening from the ATH gaming headset, this one sounds more like you're sitting closer to the front row of the stadium or the auditorium. So the sound, like the vocals and the kind of the highs, sound more like up in your face with the ATH, whereas with the Sennheiser, the HD599, the ones that I'm wearing, you sound like you're zoomed out a little bit further from everything. That doesn't mean that everything is quieter. It just means that the soundstage seems opened up, like it's wider than the gaming headset from Audio-Technica. So, kind of depends. I don't know anything about the HD 560S though. Like, I would assume just by looking at these that these... So, the other thing is, the other headphones that I have here, that I've had for basically more than a decade now, or about a decade, is the very famous... These are the very, very famous HD 558. The HD 5... I actually have 2 pairs of these. So, I don't know what these go for these days. 558. Oh man, these are not new anymore. These are going for a lot. These, I paid like $120 for these for my second pair. I think I paid like $140 or $160 for my original pair. But the classic HD 558, these are probably my favorite headphones that I've ever owned. I've used these forever. That's why I have 2 pairs, because if one ever breaks, then I have another one. But the 558, the 558 sounds a little bit more muddled than the 599 that I'm using right now. But I don't know. Sometimes I kind of like the slightly more, what's the word? Like less clear, less crisp. This one definitely, the 558 definitely has more of a classic Sennheiser veil, if you will. More so, it's more pronounced. The veil is definitely more pronounced on the 558 versus the 599. 599 is more crisp, more clear. But I don't know. Something about the 558 is just... You just have to experience what it's like listening to stuff on it. It's good. It's just good. Like, I know that it sounds a little bit more muddled, but sometimes that just makes the bass seem slightly better. The highs seem slightly less fatiguing. The mids are definitely more pronounced. So, I don't know. You're lost on this conversation? Yeah, we're really going deep on headphones now. Yeah, but the Audio-Technica though, like don't count these out, or at least look at what Audio-Technica has, because these guys, I never knew much about them, other than the fact that I have an AT2020 microphone that I've had for a number of years now. But I was surprised because you don't find a lot of good, low cost, relatively low cost. You know, these are like $100 on Black Friday right now. Normally these are $130. Low cost, relatively new, open back, gaming centric headphones with a built-in microphone. It's like, yeah, you can just get the Sennheiser one off of Amazon, but you know, this is a pretty good one. This is a modern one too. It's new. Like these debuted at CES this year, or maybe it was I think it was last year. So they're almost 2 years old in terms of when they were released to market. HD600 is like an entry-level money burner. Check out the what? The Audes LCD X planar magneticas. Is it this? I don't think I typed that correctly. Wait, this one? LCD? Oh, this one? Yeah, $1,200? Okay. Yeah. These need like an amp or something. Yeah, no, I don't know. See, like that's the thing. Like I know about those really extreme like Sennheiser ones that they have that are like $1,000 also. All the best ones are open back. That's all I can say, guys. Like open back are the best ones. Like I don't like closed back. But then again, I'm not a professional studio engineer. Like I'm not an audio engineer. I'm not a mixer or anything. So I don't edit. I don't do like a lot of like sound edits. So I like my open back. Planers have some of the fastest response you will get. Oh, RK had these and then returned them? Buys a $1,200 headphone to hear video game soundtracks on YouTube. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. Oh, now you have the HD1000. What is that? The Sennheiser HD1000? Sennheiser HD1000. Where's that? Hey, the HD599 comes in ivory. I can't find the HD1000s on here. Oh, there's I remember these. Yeah, I remember these. I think these are the ones that Tectone has. Like Tectone has. I don't watch a lot of Tectone, but I know he's got these. Or something that looks a lot like these. I think he has got like the white model or something. The different the white one. But yeah. Like this thing is $1,600. Guys, look at this. This thing costs the same amount of money as a Founders Edition RTX 4090. So the fact that something like this sells for this amount of money, there's nothing stopping Nvidia from charging $2,000, $1,999 for the 4090 Ti. Likewise, there's nothing stopping Nvidia for charging $2,500 for the 5090 when it comes out. Like, this sort of stuff is going to drive the GPU market even higher up. Because the thing is, it's like, okay, if this sort of stuff can exist as a product in the audio world, why can't a RTX 5070 Ti cost this much money? Or no, I guess, why can't a 5080 cost this much money? This should be the price of an RTX 5080. Because, I mean, that other one, the one that RK returned, was $1,200. I mean, that's the price of the 4080 right there. So this should be the price of the 50... Okay, all right. No more talking about GPUs. I'm done talking about GPUs. Oh, you mean the HE1000? Where is it? This? No. This? Oh, this one? Hi-Fi Man? This one? HE1000? Okay, hold up. Let's see. Let me hear some audio. Let's hear some audio samples here. Hold on. Let's go back real quick. Here, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna let this play through so you guys can test this audio with your sound engineer grade headphones. You don't even have an expensive or studio grade piece of audio equipment, just a Taurus. Okay. All right. Hopefully I don't get demonetized for that. So far I've been playing these type of songs on my streams like from time to time and I've never gotten demonetized. So I guess it can be used cuz this is definitely not on the like free to use music or anything. I mean, all the music featured here is from sounds majestic on $3 earbuds. Yeah, but what I can say is, I don't even know, I put them behind me over there, but, like, the ATH, like, these are pretty good, guys. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you're somebody who is looking, because I know a lot of people who pay attention to gaming watch some of my videos, because the channel is definitely more focused on PC tech related stuff, but occasionally we talk about video games. And if you're someone who just wants a simple gaming headset, you want the built-in microphone, you want a good audio experience, definitely, the GDL3 from Audio-Technica is pretty good from what I've experienced. Otherwise, yeah, anything from Sennheiser that's open back, those are typically going to be safe bets. Like, you can't really go wrong with those. I don't know much about other brands outside of Sennheiser. I am traditionally a Sennheiser. Like, Sennheiser's been my go-to for years, as you can tell, with the HD 558, the HD 559s that I'm wearing right now, and so forth. So, I don't know much about the other brands. Like, I know SteelSeries has a lot of closed back. Beats by Dre is all closed back, as far as I know, for music. HyperX, I think that's closed back. I don't know anything about them. When your HyperX dies, you'll be getting some open backs. Yeah, open back, man. Like, open back is just so good. Like, the thing that I can say, if you're listening to just people talking, like talking head type, like podcast content, closed back, open back, doesn't really matter. Although I would say overall, open back is far more comfortable if you're wearing them for hours. Like in this case, you guys, I've been live now for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and I've been wearing the Sennheiser open backs the whole time, and I don't have any issues. So closed back, I don't know, because it's all like enclosed, and the thing is, I can talk at a natural volume, and I don't hear myself like echoing back through the closed back. Like if I close up like this, if I put my palms on the outside of the headphones, now it definitely sounds like I'm in a closed back environment. So yeah, open back, it just widens up the thing. I like that I can hear stuff around me, like outside of the room, so I'm not completely isolated, but some people do prefer an isolated environment, and closed back is better for that. But yeah, open back, just, it widens the soundstage. Music, listening to music on open back is just so much better than closed back. So once you go open back, especially for music, you can never go back to closed back. So I like the comment about the $3 earbuds. Are those wireless or wired? The $3 is probably... See, the thing is, I really don't like wireless headphones, or just wireless stuff in general. I mean, I'm using a wired mouse, a wired keyboard, obviously wired headphones, the Audio-Technica that I keep talking about, where it almost sounds like I'm sponsored by Audio-Technica, but I'm not. Like, there's no sponsors on any of this content, at least not yet. But there's no sponsors in this video. But I keep talking about Audio-Technica, and that's because I've had a good experience with Audio-Technica, specifically these open back gaming headsets, like this one. So that's the reason why I'm recommending it. And I see that it's on sale for Black Friday. So, normal price is $130, and it's for $100. So that's pretty good. But you know, these are kind of what I would consider like decently priced open back for gaming, but they're also pretty good at listening to music. So there's really nothing to hate here. Like the build quality is good, detachable cord. So if the cord ever frays or tears, you can replace it. The removable microphone. So it's all modular, just really good. No batteries, no wireless, none of that nonsense. There's volume and mute controls on the back side of the headphones. So really, really nice entry-level gaming headset that's also open back, which is kind of rare because I feel like Sennheiser, as far as I know, Sennheiser has a monopoly in the open back gaming headset space. So that's going to do that for peripherals. I guess, do we want to look at any other... I think we talked about SSDs in the previous live stream. I don't want to repeat this one too much. AKG used to be sought out. Yeah, I don't remember them that well. Top deals. Some previous generation Ryzen, previous generation Intel. Don't really see anything that stands out here on these top deals. The 6700 XT for 3. I mean, that's okay, but that doesn't come with a free game, so no, not really. Samsung bought them, then killed them. Yeah, does Samsung even have good audio? Samsung does not have... Samsung has kind of like gone down in recent years. You guys know what I mean? Like Samsung, I feel like they hit their peak in around the Galaxy S5 or maybe the Galaxy S7. That was kind of the height of Samsung. Samsung is kind of not really that great, right? Like that was also in the era of... That was around the time I think Ryzen came out. Was what, S8? S9 maybe? And Samsung had the best DDR4. Samsung B-Die was the best DDR4. So they had the best memory. They had really good smartphones with removable... Like they had removable batteries up until nobody did. And then they just kind of went downhill. They're not the best for DDR5. Their phones are not really that outstanding compared to competitors now. They had a lot of recalls with their refrigerators. I don't know about you guys, but Samsung has had a terrible history with refrigerators, specifically the French door refrigerators, with the ice makers going bad and causing like freezing internally, like all kinds of weird problems with refrigerators. So I don't know. They still make good military vehicles apparently. Oh, I didn't know about that. Like I don't know about that. Oh, I know they make a lot of like they make a lot of heavy industry stuff that we don't know about. Like I think Samsung builds the giant container, like the giant ships, the carrier ships that carry cargo across the Pacific Ocean. I think they make those things. All the ice maker fridges had problems no matter the brand. I don't know. I think Whirlpool's pretty good. I have a Whirlpool, but I have a side-by-side refrigerator. I kind of want a French door refrigerator, but my side-by-side doesn't have any issues. Samsung is basically fused with South Korea, kind of crazy. Yeah, so was LG. So was Hyundai. Well, that's the thing, like, see, the problem with South Korea, it's not really a problem, it's just a result of South Korea being a very small, crowded country. Because it's small, because I think there's only, what, like 55 million South Koreans, or 50, it's like 50-something million South Koreans total, like globally. So it's like they only have a certain number of multinational companies like Samsung, LG, Hyundai, Kia, you know, all those. And those are the ones that everybody knows about. Obviously, they got a lot of domestic brands that don't ever show up outside of Korea. But Yeah, the big multinationals like Samsung are the ones that are basically fused to the country because, as the old saying goes, as goes Samsung and LG, so goes Korea or South Korea. GE refrigerator has problems. Wait, what? All of my Galaxy phones have been great 4 through 23. That's the current number? 23? I didn't even know we were that far. Samsung is basically, yeah. Wait, what? So like my Whirlpool, I've never had issues with the ice maker. And I specifically avoided Samsung because of all those reasons. Because Samsung has a lot of like fancy, modern, like they're kind of the trendsetter in home appliances to a degree. But that doesn't mean they're the best. You know, it's one of those things. It's almost like, do you guys remember when LG got out of the smartphone business? Because LG was actually the most innovative company when it came to smartphones. Like way more than Samsung and way more than anybody. But LG's phones were so weird, or at least some of them were so like out of left field random ideas, and they just couldn't catch on. Like for some reason, they just lacked consistency because LG was just always known for quirky, like weird, innovative, like almost pseudo futuristic ideas when it came to smartphones. But then none of it ever caught on because it all ended up appearing to the average consumer as a gimmick at best. So they just never captured market share long term because of that. So I feel like Samsung, in the appliance space, Samsung is doing a little bit of that. But if it wasn't for all the weird issues with like the ice makers and the refrigerator thing on the back breaking down, because I think they had a recall or something like a few years ago. I know the ice maker thing was like notorious for Samsung. Marcel's saying LG blew too much money on R&D. Yeah, but I think a lot of these companies are spending a lot of money on R&D. LG, so the difference between LG and Samsung is LG would spend money on R&D, but then you would actually see the product come out to the public. Samsung spends a lot of money on R&D, but oftentimes a lot of those weird products never make it past upper management. They get filtered out. So we never get to see their weird ideas. So is it really the same? Oh, wait. Whoa. What is this? Oh, that's just an... Okay, I thought that was a smartphone for a second. I look at that. I thought that... Because this is a smartphone. I looked at this. I was like, this looks like a Sony Xperia, but it's SK Hynix. But then it's like, oh, it's just an NVMe drive. It's a two. Wait, hold up. This is a 2 terabyte. Oh, but it's not under $200 though. So this is only. Wait, what is the speed on this thing? It doesn't even say. 3D printer for $220. Oh, another 3D printer for $100. Are these cheap 3D printers even worth it compared to the expensive ones? Does anybody do 3D printing and they can actually recommend me like a 3D printer? I don't have any 3D. I've never done anything with 3D printers. I'm just curious. Like I'm genuinely curious. Like, is this $1,300 3D printer worth it over this $229 3D printer? Does anybody know? I don't know anything about 3D printers. I know what they do. I know how they can print stuff out. It's pretty cool. But I've never used them. I heard that the Ender 3 of the what? One of these. Or 200 is a decent printer. Oh, the extruder? This one? The cheap ones probably have less precision. Yeah, I don't know anything about them. I've always been curious about them though. But I always assumed that they were like super expensive. You know, like I always assumed a 3D printer was like as much money as some insanely expensive professional cinema like 5K, 8K camera or something. So I never even bothered to look at them because I always thought, oh, things are like super expensive. And I wouldn't even know what to do with them. So it's like, yeah, if you're buying cheap 3D printer, make sure it's open source. Okay, yeah. See, I don't even know anything. I didn't even know anything about the like I didn't know. I thought it was all just okay. You just like print something from the computer and it prints it or something. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be an interesting thing to look into for future content, maybe. If the world ever gets tired of GPU news and like upgrading PC hardware, maybe I'll switch to talking about 3D printers. These laptops don't look like they're that great of a deal. Like this one supposedly is what, $500 off for an Intel 13th gen i7 laptop with a 4070, 32 gigabyte DDR5, 4800 RAM, 1 terabyte. I mean, this one, the specs are actually pretty good. I wish this was like $1,200 instead of $1,500. Then I think this would actually be a decent deal. The only problem is 13th gen battery life is terrible. Like, I don't know, it's so weird. Like, Intel has E-cores, but the E-cores actually waste so much battery life. They just burn through the battery with all those extra E-cores just sitting there doing nothing except sipping power from the battery. Oh, man. The thing with the BIOSes on these, like, the problem with laptops is I don't even know if the laptop BIOS lets you turn off the E-cores. Like, I would turn them off. Save power. Yeah, really, if you're in the market for a laptop, AMD 7000 series in laptops is really where it's at. Like, if you want battery life, if you're gonna be taking your laptop to, like, if you're walking around with your laptop, it just has to use the battery, or you just want to just use the battery and just be, unplugged from the wall. I can't really recommend the Intel, at least not the H series. Like, the U series are okay, but still, like, the AMD ones are better than the 12th gen, and they're just straight up better. Like, they're better IPC than Alder Lake, and they have better battery life than Alder Lake. 7040 series specifically for AMD. Yes, yeah, I should specify. Yes, the latest AMD mobile. Although the 6000 series was pretty good. I have a 6000 series Ryzen mobile, but I have it's basically a desktop replacement though. Yeah, see, like these are priced pretty well. Like, I would say in fact the 13700K at 330 is actually a pretty good price. 7900X is this could do better at like 350. That's kind of priced where it needs to be. I feel like anything lower, and then it's too redundant with all the other 7000 series Ryzen 7s. Power supply, we talked about the best power supply. It was that 1200 watt Seasonic Vertex for 220. What is this thing? Oh, a 4070 for 5. This is $50 off if you're okay with buying Gigabyte WindForce. Montech. I don't know what. Okay, yeah, here's some water coolers. Realistically, like, if you want to get a liquid, like an all-in-one, the only ones that I would recommend are 360 millimeter or 420. Like, I would not recommend 240 because 240 typically is a little bit worse than a really good air cooler. Like, an AK620 can outperform a 240 millimeter. I'm just saying. Like, the nice thing about an air cooler, so here's the thing. Like, if you run a 240 millimeter, it's going to perform worse than a AK620 from Deepcool, while also not providing auxiliary airflow over the VRM. Because the benefit, the thing about the giant air coolers, those fans provide airflow over the RAM. They move air near the RAM, so your RAM typically runs a couple of degrees cooler under load than with a liquid cooler. Also, your SSD, because there's a lot of SSDs, especially Gen 5 SSDs, that sit right between the graphics card and the CPU. It's wedged in there, getting super soaked up from all the heat radiating from that graphics card that's nearby. So the air cooler with the giant fans, it moves air across the SSD. So the SSD gets a little bit of cooling. You don't get any of those benefits if you're running a 240 millimeter radiator. And on top of the fact that the 240 typically underperforms versus a new large modern air cooler. So that's the reason why I would never recommend a 240 millimeter. Like if you want to do AIO, it starts at 360 realistically. That water cooler costs the same as that whole laptop. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that $80 laptop. Yeah. The thing is, you got to keep in mind, Marcelo, this water cooler has RGB. That laptop didn't have RGB. So, I mean, that's the reason why. It's like RGB plus the cooler is equal to that laptop. Trident. So this is, whatever. This is just whatever. I would tell people, like, if you're building a brand new PC and you want to go to DDR5, unless you live near a micro center and can get the free 32 gigabytes, because they've got the free 32 gigabyte bundles. If you're buying off a Newegg, and I think Newegg also offers bundles, I think they're starting to copy Micro Center. So unless you don't use Newegg and you don't live near Micro Center and you're stuck buying off of Amazon, which is not going to give you as good of a deal compared to Newegg because there's no bundles, or no bundles with free memory. Let's put it that way. Then you're going to want to go with 64 gigabytes of memory. Like, I think that's the safe bet. I wouldn't do... I mean, you could do 32. 32 is not going to be bad. But I kind of think, like, take advantage of the deals. Get 64 gigabytes. That's definitely a safer bet long-term than 32. I've done live streams where you guys have seen me live stream games like Hogwarts Legacy, etc., and I'm pulling like 33, 34 gigabytes of system memory, like while playing the game. So, I mean, that alone to me is kind of the proof that, it's just not enough. Like, I would need more RAM sooner rather than later, and that's the reason why I recommend the amount of RAM that I recommend, 64 gigabytes. Moza R5 Drive Sim Racing Bundle. What does all this include? So if anybody who wants to play like Forza, actually, I think I had this conversation with some of the guys in the Discord when Forza came out. Like, it's one of those games where you can play it with the wheel, but it doesn't have to be played with the wheel. I know certain racers, like sim racing games, like they want you to use the wheel or it's ideal. I mean, this to me is a lot of money for a wheel. I have a really old GT, something from Logitech GT, something for, I think it was for Gran Turismo 5 on the PlayStation 3 back in the day. And I think I paid like $160 for that from like a Fry's Electronics back in there, or $150 or something. I don't know. The meme has come true. Oh, looks like you're not going to beat Hogwarts Legacy before the end of the stream. Yeah. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm going to have to play a lot of that game like off stream, because it's just not going to happen. We're just going to get too distracted, like talking about random PC builds and like going off on tangents about power supplies and RAM overclocking. I have played more through it though recently. I am further than I was the last time I showed it on stream, so I'll say that. I'm not that much further, but I'm like, you know, an hour further into the game, I guess. Yeah, so these... I don't see anything that stands out. Like, QHD for 200. Oh, this is actually not that bad. This one right here. I don't know why it doesn't have a proper stand in the display. But this one... The HyperX Armada 165 hertz gaming monitor for $200. Why does it not show a proper stand? Does it just come with a desk arm? This literally only comes with a desk arm? Some people might not want the desk arm, though. A lot of people would, but I don't think everybody wants a desk arm. Some people just want to stick it on the desk. Some people might not have a desk sturdy enough to hold this. HP owns HyperX now? Wait, hold on a second. Did HP buy Kingston? Because HyperX was Kingston's brand. You just played like 5 hours of the game. Man, yeah. So the last thing I did off stream was I unlocked the Fantastic Beasts in the Room of Requirement. Like, I did the quest where the elf wanted me to capture like 3 different animals. So I did that. Then I went back to the Room of Requirement and I freed the animals, or I guess I let them out in the Room of Requirement, and then I fed them and cleaned them, and that's basically all I did. Oh, and I did one dungeon. I did one other like side dungeon. That's basically all I did. That's as much progress that I have made since the last time you guys saw me playing Hogwarts Legacy. So I have done some stuff. It's just like I gotta do a lot more to finish it before the end of the year. 2 quests per month. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, something like that, you know. Because I was going to play the game. I mean, I have the game up. I just exited out of the game. Like, Matt probably noticed that I'm not playing the game on Discord anymore. But yeah, like, I exited out of the game. I was actually thinking of going back and playing... Hold on, let me find the game. Where is it? The Legend of Heroes Trails of... Does anybody here know about that series? The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 4. I played a little bit of that yesterday. I think I played like 2 hours, actually. No, it wasn't quite 2. I was like 90 minutes. I did like a 90-minute play session trying to figure out, like, is this game something that I'm actually going to finish? Or is this a game that I'm just never going to play ever again? And I thought it was pretty good, but it is so... The Legend of Heroes... Trails of Cold Steel 4 is so heavy on dialogue and like backstory and so many characters that if you didn't play the previous games, then you have no idea what's going on. And that's pretty much how I feel playing that game. Actually, I'm trying to find... Where is that game? Where did I... Hold on. The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 4. It wasn't nominated for any game. Actually, the game... I don't even think the game came out this year. When did the game come out? There was a Legend of Heroes game that came out this year, but it wasn't that one. I think that one was last year. Oh, you played Sky? Yeah. I played like half of the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. And that doesn't prepare you for this game. Like, it's not even close. Like, the characters from that game in the first game are in this game, like in the prologue. But yeah, there's like no comparison. It's yeah. So I guess I need to probably say from now on, like, the only game that I should play is Hogwarts Legacy and or The Legend of Heroes. Because there's a really good trailer for the next Legend of Heroes game, but that one's like a completely different story arc. And they say that it's better. Like, if you don't know what's going on, you're probably... But there's some people that are saying that if you don't know what's going on in the Legend of Heroes story, like, because you never played the older games, like, you should probably just skip everything and wait for next year's game. But I'm thinking, like, that's kind of weird. Like, you're going to skip, what, 6, 7 games and just start from next year? But supposedly, that's a whole nother arc or something. Like, I don't know. I gotta... let me see. The Legend of Heroes Trails World Map. Yeah, see, like, did I talk about this? Did I talk about this game recently or not? Maybe. Yes, no. Is this the best map? Hold on. Is that a good map? Or is this a good map? This one looks like a good map. Hold on, this one's like a 4K image. Okay, hold up. Let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get this. Okay. Why does it display wrong? What did they do? Oh, they just kind of like... So basically, look, like... Okay, if you guys... If anybody watching the stream is a fan of Game of Thrones, or like... Think about it like this. Game of Thrones... Legend of Heroes suffers from the Game of Thrones syndrome in the sense that if you start watching, if you only watch the last season of Game of Thrones, you're going to have no idea. You're not going to be attached to any of the characters. You're not going to understand what's going on. It's just not going to seem like that great. You're going to think, okay, this is... The visuals are interesting, but it's like, I don't understand why everybody likes this series so much. That's how you're going to feel. That's exactly how I feel with The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel. Because supposedly, every single game in the entire series, like each successive game continues from the previous one. So if you didn't play the first like 6 games or whatever, good luck trying to figure out like what happens in the next one, because it's like you're not gonna know what's going on, because the first thing that happens is like they bombard you with a dozen characters and they don't introduce them. You have no idea who these people are, and they're all just like talking about random events and things that happened in the previous game. It's just, I don't know. It's like Game of Thrones if you never watched all the other if you just started watching from like the last season, you're gonna be so lost. That's exactly how I feel. Because the cool thing about it though is it has so much world building and so much lore and so many factions, so many nations and characters and countries and places and all this like fantastic stuff. It's got really good writing, but man, it's got like so much content that if you didn't play the games, you have no idea what's going on. And that's how I felt when I was trying to play through that series the other day. And yeah, they talk about the northern lands just like Game of Thrones, and then there's the whole like the Erebonian Empire, and then there's in the south there's the kingdom of what was it, the Orbital Kingdom or something. That's the Trails in the Sky one. Then there's the Crossbell State, which is kind of like Hong Kong, because it's an independent functioning city, nation, state, whatever you want to call it, or it has like its own government. And then to the east, you have the Republic of Calvert, which is not really talked about, but it's very intriguing. I will say that it's very intriguing. The lore ceiling to get into is too high. Yeah, it's super high. Because just to give you an idea, the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. Sky is based on the where is it? It isn't even on the map. Like this thing? The kingdom of Orbital, the Orbital Kingdom in the south. Like the small little nation in the south, that's the first 3 games. The Sky games. Then there's what they call the Crossbell games. And there's 2 games. I think there's 2 or 3. Those are focused on the little Crossbell state, kind of like this independent city state nation thingy in the middle, which is really, really small. It's a lot like Hong Kong. That's the only thing I can think of, like, in the real world that's similar to this thing. Or maybe Singapore. And that's like the 4th and the 5th game is based out of Crossbell. Then you go to the recent one, which just ended, which is the Cold Steel. The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel. And that one is based on the evil empire, Erebonian Empire, which some of the villains in the Sky games were based off of the Erebonian Empire. So in the, like, Cold Steel 1, 2, 3, and 4, there's 4 games. They're all based off of the Erebonian Empire. So you can learn what the perspective is like from the bad guy's side, so to speak. You learn how, oh, they're actual human beings. They have regular lives. You know, they're normal like the other people. So you learn about that. And that's 4 games. And the one that I was trying to play was the 4th game based off of the Erebonian Empire. So you can imagine I have no idea like what's in Crossbell, what's in the Orbital Kingdom, although I did play a little bit of the first Sky game. So I know a little bit about that first game. But yeah, I don't even know what's going on. And then the thing that I always find interesting, though, is like when they talk about Calvard, the Republic, which is supposed to be like a free nation that I guess is a democratic republic or something, like the Republic of Calvard. So it's supposed to be, you know, like your typical election-based government and that kind of thing. So they talk about that because obviously the Empire is more like a, I think it's like a royal family or something, or I forget exactly who's at the top. I haven't played enough of that game. But anyway, like they talk about Calvert and you can see that there's like a line, there's a border between them. So interesting stuff. But next year's game starts the focus on the Republic of Calvert. And on top of that, they are shifting to a brand new game engine. So who knows? Maybe it's better for me to just skip all of these old games and just wait for the Republic of Calvert game, because that one will probably have like ray tracing and path tracing and all the futuristic stuff. But oh wait, it's a Japanese developer. So the game is probably going to use 20-year-old technology and not even know what ray tracing is. So who knows? We'll see. You have a question? Is there a resource that you can use to understand why it matters if an M.2 is stealing lanes from the GPU? Well, I mean, the main thing is your total bandwidth available is reduced. In reality, you're only going to lose about anywhere from, it depends on the game, but you can find metrics that show, like, you can lose anywhere from 1 to 4%. Sometimes a little bit more, but I would say you don't really lose that much. You don't lose that much performance. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if you have an X16 graphics card, it sort of feels bad to run the GPU at X8. You know, like that's more of the reality. It's like the reality is not, you're not losing that much performance if you're sharing lanes with a M.2 drive. It's one of those things where it's like you have to be more aware of the limitations on the resources for the platform more than anything. So it's like you want to know if a particular M.2 drive slot shares lanes with not just the graphics card, but it could be that it shares lanes with a PCIe slot. Oh, that. Yeah, you just need to make sure. It's been a while since I made that video. I'd have to refresh. I'd have to look at the product page. But I would say in general, it's probably not going to be a big issue. Like, I can give you an example. Let's see, X670E Oris master. I can use my motherboard as an example. So this is the motherboard that I'm using on this very PC right now, on this streaming PC. And what we can show you, there are some limitations, and I'll show you the limitations. The easiest way, and I know you got the ROG, and unfortunately, my biggest pet peeve with Asus is that Asus, unlike the other three, Asus hides the block diagram. So the easiest way is to look at the block diagram. The block diagram reveals how everything is used. So you can tell if you're sharing. So for example, this is my motherboard. So with this motherboard, you can see it's X670. And if you watched my videos on X670, you would see that the X670 is nothing more than two B650s daisy chained together. So like if this was a B650, you would remove this middle chipset. You literally just have the CPU and you'd have one of these. But X670 adds a second one. It basically stacks another one. So as you can see down here under this, so this is going to blind everybody. So we got a 3.0 bus and a 4.0 bus. There are 8 lanes available on the second chipset for 4.0, and there are 4 lanes available for 3.0. So 4 plus 4, that's 8 lanes of 4.0. That means all of the lanes are taken up. 4 of them go to an expansion slot at the bottom of the motherboard, and 4 of them go to one of the M.2s. But over here, on the 3.0 bus, you can see there's 4 lanes total. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 for Wi-Fi, 1 for the 2.5 Intel LAN. Yes, that's Intel LAN on an AMD board. That's cool. And then we've got a switch with 2 lanes. So this is where sharing comes into play. So you can see that there is a PCIe X2 or 2 SATA ports 4 and 5. So that means that if I want to run 6 SATA drives, I have 4 from this chipset up here. 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now keep in mind that that means that all 4 of the 3.0 lanes, because each AMD chipset for X670, and this also applies to B650, has 4 lanes of 3.0 bandwidth. And they can either be 1 lane per SATA, or they can be a single lane. So in this case, Gigabyte took all 4 of the 3.0 lanes on the first chipset, and they wired each one of those to a single SATA. So all 4 lanes go to 4 separate drives. So I can do 4 drives, no problem. I can do RAID 0, I can do RAID 5, whatever. It's all there. Or RAID 1.0. So it's all there. And then I have 2 more. I have SATA 0 through 3, which I know are not shared. And I have 4 and 5, which are shared. Oh, I'm covering that up. But yeah, 4, 5 are shared with this X2 slot. So what that means is if I want 6 SATA drives on this motherboard, I cannot use this PCI X2 slot. Now, one might ask, what is a 3.0 X2 slot useful for? Well, I can tell you because I'm actually using it. I am using it, and I did a video on this exact addition to my PC for this Asus XG C100C. I know Marcelo loves when I just whip out the random product boxes. So it's just like they're all just somehow magically here. So a 10 gigabit. This is a 10 gigabit network interface card, or a NIC. So this allows me to have 10 gigabit internet speeds to my PC direct. Now, obviously, you know, I don't pay for 10 gigabit internet, but I have 10 gigabit. So, for those that don't know, and I did a video, so if you're interested in 10 gigabit networking, I recommend you watch the video I did with this Asus add-in card. So this thing was added to this exact slot on the motherboard to provide 10 gigabit networking capability to this motherboard. So now I have dual NIC. I have 2.5 Intel on the native port, and then I have 10 gigabit via the Marvell Aquantia from Asus. So I have dual NIC on this. So you only need 2 lanes of Gen 3, as I proved in my video, for full 10 gigabit network speed. But because I'm using the 10 gigabit add-in card, I cannot use these last 2 SATA ports. So I am capped at 4 SATA drives. This is an example of sharing, so resource sharing. So you have to be aware of any sort of limitations that could crop up, because I can imagine can you imagine if somebody that was not that technically inclined, if they plugged in their SATA drive to port 4 or 5, and then they went and they plugged in a 10 gigabit card or a capture card or something into this slot, the next time they boot into Windows, their whatever drive was plugged into one of these SATA ports will vanish. It will not post because the PCI Express has priority, which means as soon as you populate this slot, whatever drive you have plugged into these 2 SATA ports is disabled automatically by the BIOS. In general, PCI Express will have priority over SATA. That's just how it is. So you can imagine, like, somebody would be like, oh, I just plugged in a PCIe card and now I can't get into Windows. But that's because their boot drive is plugged into one of these and they just disabled their boot drive. So they'd have to go in and remove this card, or they would have to move the SATA cable over to one of these, 0 through 3. You'll have the 4090 mounted vertically and will not be using the 2 additional PCIe slots. And you'll have 3 M.2. Oh yeah, so in your case, trying to remember how that looks. Let's see. B650E-E. Oh yes, this motherboard. So this is the one that I believe has an X8, and then this is an X4. And then there's 4 M.2, but there's some kind of resource sharing because it's B650. The easiest thing for me to do, I'm just going to go into the manual. I don't like Asus's manual because they don't give us the block diagram. The block diagram makes it so much easier to figure out like where the potential pitfalls exist. Okay, so you've got 1 Gen 5, that's standard, 1 Gen 4, and then another Gen 5. Okay, so something is shared here. I can already tell something's going to be shared, because there's not enough lanes for all of this to run natively without affecting the GPU. Oh, it says it right here. When M.2_3 is occupied by an SSD, the graphics card's the top slot will run at X8. So what that means is if we go to the right here, what was it, _3? So basically, you've got _1, _2, _3, and _4. Okay, so it's this one. So just remember this. The M.2 drive that go... Well, first of all, are you going to run like 3... If you're going to run 3 M.2s, just don't use this one. Just use 1, 2, and 4. Just don't use 3. If you want your GPU to stay at 16. So just don't use the M.2 slot that is between the second and the third PCIe slots. That's the easiest way. So just run like the 3 NVMEs over there. See, so there's always like a way around it. You just gotta know. But then again, you gotta remember that like that drive slot shares bandwidth. I mean, it says it right here. And then yeah, because this one, so this one's Gen 4, this one's Gen 4, and then the top one's Gen 5. So yeah, the second, notice how they say the third one, 2_3 is also Gen 5. The reason why they can get away with Gen 5 is because your graphics card slot is Gen 5. So it's basically peeling off Gen 5 lanes to allow this NVMe to work. That's what they're doing it. The other thing, let's see. Okay, and you already are aware that the second PCIe slot also shares lanes, but I think you already knew that because that was pretty standard on a lot of older motherboards. As soon as you populate that second slot, that steals 8 lanes from this. So the other thing I'll add is if someone was curious, like someone might ask, well, what happens if you plug in a graphics card in the top one, a capture card in the second one? Like, for instance, well, it could also be this. You could plug in that, but I wouldn't plug that in there. Like, what if you wanted to plug in like a Live Gamer 4K for like 4K 60 HDR capture and recording? So like if you plug that in there and you plug an NVMe in the _3 slot, if you populate all 3 of these, this is what will happen. I can already predict what's going to happen. The graphics card will still run at X8. The NVMe will work at X4. And the second slot will run at X4. So, regardless of if you have something here or here, this will always run at X8 if either of these two are populated. What ends up happening to the second slot is if the NVMe is installed in that third slot, the second slot will then drop from X8 down to X4. Because it has to give 4 of its lanes away, because it's X8, but if this is active, this is going to be X4. Because it's 8 here, 4 here, and 4 here. Because 4 plus 4 plus 8 equals 16. Does it matter if the GPU runs at X16 or X8? I mean, you're going to give up some performance. Some games will lose more performance than others. I can give you the best example is Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn, Sony games, PlayStation games ported to PC for whatever reason. I don't know the reason, but they are definitely far more sensitive to PCIe bandwidth than other games. So it depends on the game. Like some games you won't really notice a difference at all. It will be like 1% performance loss, or it's negligible. But in other games like Horizon, you're losing like 4%, 5%. So that's what you can expect to see happen. So again, it's very application dependent. Let's see, what else? I mean, I guess that's pretty much it. So that's the only thing to be aware of. As soon as you populate this slot, this thing goes to X8. It literally warns you right here with this table. Says it again there. You can also add Thunderbolt to this motherboard, just so you know. Down here at the bottom. Down here at the very bottom of the motherboard, on this Asus board, there is a TB_ header. That stands for Thunderbolt 4. You can actually add Thunderbolt 4 to this AMD motherboard. That would give you USB 4. 40 gigabit USB-C on this motherboard. It should tell you that too somewhere in here. On the Bam, right there. One Thunderbolt header. Intel Thunderbolt on an AMD motherboard. That's the nice thing about like the Zen 4 platform. It was much harder to find Thunderbolt options on AMD 5000, like Ryzen 5000. Some of the X570 boards got Thunderbolt support like way late. So basically, the ones that came out with the 5000 series, they got Thunderbolt, but all the older AMD boards, they never got Thunderbolt support ever. And Intel kind of held that down, and it's kind of a props to Intel because Intel held on to that forever until they realized that Thunderbolt was going to become somewhat irrelevant because of USB, because of ASMedia starting to build the chipsets, although ASMedia has been delayed so horrendously. So Intel eventually just kind of like was like, okay, we're going to donate this to USB spec, whatever, do whatever you want. And then now AMD gets access to Thunderbolt as a result of that. So that's nice to see. Because I myself am using Thunderbolt on my, well, I have both. I have the Thunderbolt card for my Gigabyte Aorus Master. So, and I have a video right here showing on my channel, showing how to get right here, THB_U4. That is Thunderbolt or USB 4. I actually had that installed on the X4 expansion slot because you need an X4 slot for Thunderbolt. So in the case of the Asus board, if you want to add Thunderbolt to this board, you would plug the header in, and then you would use the very bottom slot because that's an X4 slot. And that's the one you would use. And that would not steal any lanes from the graphics card because it's independent. It's chipset lanes. So that's how you would add Thunderbolt. Yeah, you use this one, X4. This is the reason why I say, like, the one thing I always look for is an X4. X4 is so important, and no one ever talks about it. No large YouTube channel will ever even mention the X4 slot. So those are the sort of things that you'll find on this channel that you won't really find anywhere else. Kind of these minor details that, like no one really talks about. But it's the subtle things. Random product box. Does it matter if the GPU? Okay, so okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I think we're pretty much at the end of the stream. So yeah, the Asus in general, I'd have to go back and look, but it looks like, yeah, everything. I'm just trying to look through here. I'm trying to see like how the lanes are allocated. So we have 4, 16, that's 20. So there's 4 more chipset. Wait, there's 24 lanes of Gen 5. 16 go here, 4 go here. So there's 4 more. Where do the other 4 go? Oh, I know where they're going. They're probably going to that other M.2. Okay, I see. They're going here. They're going here. So Asus is running it at Gen 4 for the second slot to save money, essentially. So they don't have as many retimers. Okay, so that's all the CPU lanes. CPU lanes are going to the GPU and these two. This is shared with the GPU. So it's still CPU lanes. So the chipset has 8 Gen 4 and 4 Gen 3. 4 Gen 3 all go to the SATA. And then it says that 1 through 4 RAID is not supported. Okay, that's whatever. So that means they could be doing something with the ASMedia chipset for splitters, but I don't know why, because they only have 4 SATA. So I know why, because they're doing 4 lanes. 4 Gen 4 goes to this, so they have 4 more. 1 goes to Wi-Fi, 1 goes to LAN. So they have 2 more lanes that they can put to something. I don't really know what they're doing with those. But other than that, they've got 4 to SATA. I don't know whether they need as media. Unless there's something that they're doing with the... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Okay, never mind. I take that back. I know what they're doing. I still don't know why they're doing this. Oh, they're doing it for Wi-Fi. Okay, so I guess the last thing I'll do is I will derive the block diagram for this motherboard. It's been a while since I've done this. This is where I end the video because it's getting pretty late now on the stream. Let's see. So we will derive this motherboard block diagram for the B650 Strix E-E. So we have the CPU. So we have AM5. That's the CPU socket. Then we have the B650 chipset. This is an E chipset, which all that means is that the CPU lanes are all, well, they're supposed to all mostly be PCIe 5.0. So we've got 16 here. Or we have a switch, actually. We have a switch. So there's a switch which does 16 to graphics, or 8 and 8 to 2 PCIe, and or the third option is NVMe. So I should have drawn this wider. Whoops. It's been a while since I've drawn the block diagram on these. So we've got X16. Oh yeah, I should probably make this, well, that's probably large enough. So the GPU can do X, or the GPU slot can do X16 or, okay, so the total lane count is either going to be allocated X16 to the first, or X8, X8 for the 2 GPU slot, or the first and the second PCIe slot, or X8, X8, or X4, X4. So that's how it's set up. And the way that's determined is based off of if something is plugged in to M.2_3 or the, whatever they called the second PCIe. I think it's just like PCIe X1 or something. PCIe 1 and PCIe 2 is over here. Whatever this middle one right here is the PCIe_2. So there's a big switch here, and that's the thing that does the resource sharing. But in total, the total lane count on this bus to that switch is 16 lanes. Then you have 4 lanes going to the the primary NVMe. So you got X4. This is going to be M.2_1. And then in reality, so here's the thing that's a little bit kind of, this raises some eyebrows with Asus because it's $350, but they're actually kind of like downgrading something here. So technically what Asus is doing is they down-regulate M.2_2 to Gen 4 speeds. Unfortunately, that's what they're doing. So I'm going to put only runs Gen 4 speeds on this one. So technically, this, per the fact that it's B650E-E, it should be Gen 5, but it's not. They down-regulate this to save on the number of signal regenerators for the wire traces to be able to maintain PCI Gen 5 signal integrity. So they downregulate it for cost-cutting measures, essentially. That's what they're doing. They're not going to say that, but that's actually the reality. And that is the reason why M.2_2 only runs at Gen 4 speed. But all of this connects directly into the CPU socket. None of this goes through a chipset, so you have very low latency for all of this stuff, because it's all on the Gen 5 bus. Then you have a connection here for PCIe 4.0 x 4 lanes going to the chipset. And then on the chipset, there are going to be two things. There is a 4.0 bus, and there's a 2.0 bus. So again, we have PCIe 4, and then over here we have PCIe 3. This has, so this total lane count up here is 24 lanes. 24 lanes available from the CPU. This is 4 lanes available. And this is 8 lanes available. So just keep that in mind. So you get 8 lanes of Gen 4 off the chipset and 4 lanes of Gen 3. Now these can also function as SATA ports. And what they've done is they've literally done 4. Although I think they're using, hold on. So let's do the 4.0 first, because I think they have to use, I think I know what's going on. Okay. So they're doing PCI Gen 4. So this is going to be PCIe _3. This is the bottom PCIe slot. This is X4 lanes of Gen 4 bandwidth. And then we have down here, I'm trying to think what else was in there. There was the, oh yes, there was the NVMe _4. So the last NVMe drive. So M.2 _4, that's right. So this was 4 lanes of Gen 4 as well. NVMe drives are always 4 lanes. They always take up 4 lanes. So there you go. 4 plus 4, that's 8. So there are no more lanes of Gen 4 available. So you shouldn't use M.2 _2 for the OS drive or game drive if you want the fastest performance from the M.2. I wouldn't say that. This is what I would recommend if I were you. I would actually recommend you use this as the boot drive. And the reason why I say that is, yes, it only does Gen 4, but my question to you is, are you going to run a Gen 5 SSD or not? Because if you're only going to run a Gen 4, or let alone a Gen 3 SSD, then you're basically wasting the potential bandwidth that this offers. So I wouldn't. I'll let you know. Like, I personally am using a different. Here, let me see. Let me go back to the Gigabyte one if I still have that open. So let me tell you how mine is set up. So mine. So this is my motherboard, the Aorus Master. So you can see on the Aorus, there are 4 M.2s all in a row. So you got one up here. This is Gen 5. The second one is also Gen 5. Then we have Gen 4 and Gen 4. And the way you can tell is because Gigabyte names it M.2A _CPU, M2B _CPU. That means that these are connected on the PCI 5.0 bus. So if we go back to the block diagram, sure enough, here we go, PCI 5.0 bus, 4 lanes, M.2A and M.2B connected to CPU. Now, meanwhile, the third drive is down here on the chipset, on the first chipset, M.2 socket M2C SB. SB stands for South Bridge. Why is it South Bridge? Because the chipset always lives south of the CPU. So it's the SB. It's the South Bridge. And then the bottom one, the very last M.2, M.2D, the fourth one, is on the second chipset on 4.0. So you can see it's kind of like that. So I am using, my boot drive is actually this one, M.2B _CPU. And the reason why that is is because I am using a Gen 3 SSD. So I'm actually wasting 5.0 bandwidth on a Gen 3 SSD. The idea was that in the future, and that future is actually now, I would get an actual Gen 5 SSD, like this Crucial T700, the fastest SSD in the world, currently, at least. There will be faster ones that come out in the future. But anyway, this is the fastest one in the world, the T700 from Crucial. This is a true Gen 5 SSD. This one is currently installed in M.2a. Why? Because the cooling on this comes with a really big Gen 5 heatsink. That this second one, even though this second one supports Gen 5, it doesn't come with a separate heatsink. The heatsink is shared by all three of these M.2 drives. So I'm just like, I'm not going to run a Gen 5 here, even though I could, it shouldn't be a problem. But I choose to run the Gen 5 here so it gets all the cooling it needs. It's just currently not my boot drive. So I'm just saying, that's kind of how I set it up. So in your case, you could do, like if I were you, I would save the, let me look at the picture, how this actually physically looks. Yeah, so it's the same as the Gigabyte. So the top one up here has the separate independent heatsink, the large heatsink for Gen 5. The other ones down here, these have what I would say lesser heatsinks or inferior heatsinks to the one up there. So unless you're truly going to run a Gen 5 SSD, I would put the boot drive somewhere down here until you get a Gen 5 drive. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting that potential bandwidth. So I would actually, yeah, I would put it in M.2_2. I'd put it up here on this side. Like upper or lower right. Or, well, not lower right because there's one on here. I would put it right here. It has its own heatsink, that one. So what I would do if I were you, I would save the Gen 5 slot until you actually need it. Because, you know, why waste that slot on like some lower end SSD? That's all I'm saying. You have, yeah, you see, because you have Gen 3. You're in the same boat as me. I have Gen 3. I'm just using the Gen 3 on the Gen 4s, and I have the boot drive on the Gen 5 that is, you know, down here, which so that I have the really, really nice heatsink available when I need it for a Gen 5 drive. Now, could you move that and migrate them around later? Yes, but why even bother migrating them if you set them up in the correct spot for upgradability from day one? Okay. So going back to the block diagram, we're going to have to end this stream soon. I did not realize this stream has gone by really, really long. It's 4 hours and 41 minutes. Okay. So that's all 8 lanes. So to finalize this, let's go over the... Okay, so the only thing that's remaining now are 3 things. We need hard drives, or we need SATA ports, and we need LAN and Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi takes up 1 lane. It only needs 1 lane of Gen 3. In fact, it would work on Gen 2. So that doesn't use much. And then likewise, 2.5 gigabit LAN only needs 1 lane of Gen 3. It doesn't need any more. Because you can do 10 gigabit off of 2 lanes of Gen 3, as I proved in that video I did. So that remains, that leaves 2 lanes, because we've currently used 2 out of 4. So we have 2 left. So here's what they do. The secret magic that ASUS uses to get 4 SATA ports when they only have 2 lanes left. The trick is to use an as media As Media, I think that's how it's spelled, or As Media, or As Media, something like that. They use an As Media, I think it's an AS, what was the model number on that thing? I forgot the model number. They use an As Media chip, a splitter essentially. As Media splitter, which allows them to take one lane and split that out to run two SATA drives. And they essentially do this twice. They do it twice. This is the secret technique that ASUS is employing. It's not really a secret technique because the other motherboard manufacturers are doing this the exact same thing. So now you have one lane of Gen 3 powering two SATA ports. So we've got SATA 0 through 3. I forgot what the numbers are, but essentially these are your SATA ports off of the 3.0 bus using two lanes. Now, here's the thing. The only limiting factor about using as media splitters is you lose the ability to do hardware level RAID. You cannot do RAID when you do a split, when you use an as media splitter. So that is the reason why. So if you wanted to do RAID, you would have to buy them on SATA ports, I should say. Because you can still do RAID on the NVMe. Like these can RAID, all of this stuff can RAID just fine. I don't really recommend it. We talked about this. There was a whole section on RAID in the stream earlier, in the first half of the stream. It's funny how we're coming back to RAID again, full circle. But you need a native lane for hardware RAID on this platform. So because of the splitter, you lose RAID compatibility on the SATA ports. So hence, when we go back to the manual, when we read the manual here, where is it? Hence the double asterisks next to these SATA ports saying RAID configuration is not supported on all four of the SATA ports. And that is because they're using as media splitters. And somewhere in here they probably mention that. No, they don't. That's why I don't like ASUS documentation, because ASUS doesn't really, like, it doesn't give you all the details. They don't give you all the details. Like, if that was an ASRock motherboard, they'd give you, like, way too many details. They would tell you they're using as media. Like, they literally would tell you. Like, if we look at, let's look at X670E, well, B650E Tai Chi. Just as a comparison here, if we look at ASRock, we go to their manual, and we go to this. Let's see. Yeah, ASRock has some very, very detailed block diagrams. I like ASRock's block diagram. So ASRock gives you Intel Thunderbolt 4 just straight up in the Tai Chi. And then right there, bam, as media this, as media that. And then for the SATA, there it is. There's the model number, ASM 1061. To split one lane of Gen 3 into two SATA ports. So ASUS and ASRock are doing the exact same thing on their B650E motherboards to give you 4 SATA ports. So ASRock does not support RAID either because they're using the ASMedia 1061. So you can see it's very, very similar to ASUS. They also have a switch here for one NVMe drive is sharing with the X4. So the difference between ASUS and ASRock is ASRock never steals lanes from the graphics card. Yeah, they never steal lanes from the graphics card. Instead, they steal lanes from the bottom PCIe X4 slot for that M.2 drive. But anyway, those are just some differences in the implementation. They also give you Thunderbolt just right up, straight up. They soldered the Intel Maple Ridge directly onto the AMD motherboard. That's kind of hilarious. And they have an Intel thing on an AMD board. That's cool. All right, anyway. So that's going to be it. So hopefully that kind of answered your questions on this. I guess let me title this. This is the Asus ROG Strix B650E-E. I might actually save this image so I have this for reference next time. There. This is good. I don't mind doing this because this is actually pretty useful for me. Yeah, no problem. Like if you like this sort of stuff, if you like this sort of tech in-depth coverage, feel free to subscribe to the channel. I mean, that's all you got to do. That helps me out. But it's interesting, so I guess I'll put in parentheses here. This is the ASM 1061. Okay. Alright, well, I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. It should show up if you subscribe. Let me see. It should show up on the screen here. Let me see. I need to see, like, what was the... I don't know. Sometimes there's a delay. I'm pretty sure my thing is working. No, it should be working. The board manufacturers make these choices when constructing the board and sharing or not sharing lanes. Yeah, it's totally open-ended. Like, and that's the thing about the motherboards. That's the reason why it's not just a matter of, you know, one brand is supposedly better than another. Read the manual. I mean, yeah, you could do that. The product pages typically tell you everything you need to know without having to go into the manual. But I really just think that the block diagram... My biggest complaint with Asus is the lack of a block diagram. Because the old saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words... Like, if they included this in their motherboard manual... I mean, this would reduce... At the very least, it would minimize any sort of questions or confusion that potential buyers might have with their products. Oh, you didn't know how to... Okay, well, yeah, it's all about the chipset. It's really understanding the AMD chipset, really. Because the chipset is from AMD. The chipset is basically, you know, this thing down here. But then the CPU offers a lot of lanes as well. Like, in fact, when it comes to B650, most of the lanes are actually CPU lanes. These are... This is the CPU lanes, or these are the CPU lanes. At the top, there's 24 of them. Technically, there's 28 of them, but the last 4 are down here to connect to the chipset. The chipset has 8 plus 4 plus 4, so it's technically 16 lanes total. 12 of them are, you know, Gen 4, because you have 4 plus 4 plus 4. That's 12 lanes of Gen 4 off of the B650 chipset. And then you have 4 lanes of Gen 3, which is typically for SATA. It's typically used for the SATA drives. But sometimes you stick, you know, Wi-Fi and LAN on there as well, and that's why they're there. So the benefit of X670, because a lot of people ask me, like, should I get X670 or should I get B650? You know, my answer is typically it depends on how many things are you actually going to connect to your PC. Because if you really are, if you're going to run a lot of drives, if you're going to run a lot of peripherals and things, then yeah, then you're probably going to want X670, because a fully loaded X670 can offer more connectivity than the B650, but the B650 offers a lot. You know, like you still have four, technically, I know one of them shared, but you technically have four M.2 drives. I mean, that's a lot on a budget-oriented chipset. You know what I mean? Like on a B650, four drives on a B650, even though one of them shared, that's still technically a lot. So that's nice to see. So anyway, I guess that's going to be it for this stream. But I appreciate all the questions. I mean, it's definitely a good discussion, because I feel like if people, I could probably clip some of these parts of the stream into separate videos if I think they're good. Although we have talked about motherboards like this in the past, so it could be redundant, but I might actually do it. We'll see. I have to go back through some of the footage and see. But yeah, it was a pretty good stream. It was a really long stream, almost 5 hours. Wasn't expecting to be live for this long. So, but it is a holiday weekend, so it is what it is. So anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody tuning in and stopping by. And if you guys are new to the channel, watching the stream either because you saw one of my recent uploads, or whatever the reason, PC, DIY, etc., feel free to subscribe to the channel if you like this content. If you have any questions, we're always able to answer questions live like we did in this stream. We do it every stream. And that's why the running joke is I'll never finish Hogwarts Legacy, because I'm always answering questions. And I'm trying to finish that game by the end of the year, so we have about a month and a few days to get through that game. But we're gonna go and see if I can get through that here in the next week or two. That's the goal. So if you like this content, subscribe to the channel. It does help me out. The live streams typically are every Thursday evenings, North America time. So if you want to tune in and ask questions during the live streams on Thursdays, that's typically when I'm live. I'm not always live on the weekend like this. It kind of depends on my schedule. But, you know, you can always ask questions on the comments. You can join the Discord. We have a pretty good community with PC DIY enthusiasts. A lot of discussions on like GPUs typically, but open to talk about anything, overclocking, specific build advice, even down to like specific keyboard, mouse, case selections, whatever. Anything PC DIY, that's what we cover. So once again, thank you for tuning in, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Take care.